hits good. And that and that. Okay, let's go to this launch. Do oh no wait, it's a video. I think my thumbnail from last time was not that good. Alright, there we go. I feel like something's missing. Alright. Okay. Now we can launch Doom Eternal. Okay, and we're looking at the stream help here. We're looking at this here, and now we launch the Doom Eternal. You'd think he's a horse now. Yeah, let's see if we can. Doom has Doom Let's see if Doom Eternal. Yeah, Doom Eternal's better. There we go. One copy of Doom Eternal, please. Alright, there we go. I mean, we could also play a video. What do we always think here? You always think we should be playing videos on camera. Videos on camera now. Oh, you check a little cunt. Let's see. Catch a kick predator.
The story starts with a noblewoman named The story kicks off with a rather steamy moment, but it all comes falling apart for our hero, who wakes up to realize this was just a dream. He isn't too surprised by this because he has lived all his life as a loser boy, but then he panics upon realizing that he has overslept. At first, he believes that he might be late for work, but then it hits him that he has actually taken 2 days off, so he's in the clear. Now we learn that his name is Yama Zenjiro, who is just like any other man earning a monthly salary. He has been working in a shady company that is known to force its workers to work for over 150 hours a month, and that too on overtime. It's been a while since Yama has had 2 days on the go without having to do any work, so he feels very relaxed. He considers watching all of the DVDs that have been piling up at his place, but then he figures that he could be making much better use of his time. For example, he could take a trip to some place far away where he has never been before. However, he chooses not to go ahead with that plan, because if he was such a decisive boy, then he wouldn't have such a hard time choosing what to do in the first place. Our hero laughs at this for a while, but then he rides his cycle from the real world into some kind of fantasy dungeon. In front of him is a cute and curvy girl who has a couple of guards standing right next to her. This confuses our hero, especially when the girl addresses him as her groom. Yama has no idea what's going on, so he tries to stay calm while being in front of such a pretty girl. It's easy for him to let his intrusive thoughts run wild, but then he figures that he should focus on analyzing the situation first, and then thinking on what kind of decision to make based on the information at hand. The first thing he does is check his lunch, which is still warm, meaning that he is not in a dream. However, the babe in front of him is the same one he was doing unspeakable things with in his fantasy dream earlier.
It was real the entire time.
Confusing for
it was real to me,
so
damn it.
He has no other option but to choose a safe way. He bows down to the pretty lady and tells her sorry for intruding into her space. This is typical for an average salary man to do, so Yama hopes he can get out of trouble now.
He's a simp, he's a lesser man.
He tries to exit the scene, but only finds a whole bunch of knights blocking his way. Yama panics as these guards come closer and even point their weapons at him, as if to say that he is now a prisoner over here. These are not fake spears either, so Yama starts to think that he's gotten himself into a huge mess. Luckily for him, the pretty lady orders the knights to lower their weapons.
Oh shit.
And they do so without any kind of hesitation at all. Now, to everyone's surprise, the curvy babe bows down to our hero and says sorry for bringing him here without his consent. It is understandable that he is at a loss after seeing what's going on over here, so she explains that he is in a fantasy world and this is her palace. Yama still doesn't know how this is going to help his situation, so he just nods along for now. The girl says that since he would like to know more about this world and understand why he has been brought here, it would be better for her to take him to some other place where she can explain how this whole thing has come about. Now, Yama is taken around the palace, and he is shocked to see how big and impressive it is. He is unable to believe that such a place even exists, especially because his own apartment is nowhere near this mansion. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even feel like he is in Japan anymore. Now that she has given him a tour, the pretty lady makes an introduction and reveals her name to be Ora Capu. She would very much like for Yama to call her Ora, and then our hero also gives her his full name. Since she would like to be friendly with Yama, she asks if she can refer to him as Zinjiro Dono, which he doesn't seem to have a problem with. Now, Ora goes on to tell Yama about the chain of events that have led him to this situation. She warns him that he may get upset over what she says, and may even consider her reckless for doing this. But he does have a choice. If he does not like how things are over here, then she will simply return him to his normal world.
It's like, nah, bro, I don't want to go back.
The loser life he has always known. It will be as if such a thing never even happened in the first place. Ora swears her honor on this, so Yama decides to hear her out for now. It's not like there's much he can do about this anyway, so he decides to treat this like a customer complaint, so that he can get each and every point that Ora is about to say. She kicks things off by telling Yama that he is in the continent of Rando Rion, which is also known as the Southern Continent. The name of this kingdom happens to be Kapu, and Ora's palace is right in the middle of the imperial capital city. Yama follows along, but he has never heard of such a place in his life. This is when Ora tells him that it's fine for him to feel this way, because this is what he would call another world in his language. Yama takes a moment to register this because it does sound a bit ridiculous. He gives Ora a very sarcastic look, and then he even starts laughing because he does not believe what she has just told him. He even asks her not to make fun of him, so Ora decides to try another way. She asks him to come closer to her, so he does as she says, but then a monster shows up right in front of him out of the blue. The monster even looks at our hero with spite in its eyes, so Yama panics upon seeing such a deadly beast. He falls to the floor and asks Ora what this is, so she laughs and explains that it is a land dragon. The knights of her land are known to ride such beasts for transport, so she apologizes for scaring Yama. Now, Ora asks him if he has land dragons in his own world, and he obviously says no. This brings him to the realization that he has actually been summoned in another world.
You have
now,
land dragons?
Both Ora and Yama sit down with each other,
let's
and
go
the
15.
pretty lady explains to him what this whole world is all about.
Maybe a little bit too low.
Their chat goes on for a very long time, so she asks him if he was able to grasp whatever she was trying to explain. Yama says that he did get the gist of it, and states in a summary that he is in the Capua Kingdom, which is located in another world. On top of that, he was summoned here by Ora, who is not only the queen of this world, but also used time and space magic to summon him here. This is apparently a form of magic that only someone from the royal family can use, and Ora is glad to see that Yama was able to get whatever she was telling him. She thanks our hero for confirming her words, and then goes on to enjoy a drink. Yama only looks on in awkward confusion, as Ora tells him to refer to her by her first name, as he is not a subject of her kingdom. He seems to be fine with all of this, but what he doesn't get is why she ended up choosing him out of all the other people out there. He says that he has not ever used magic, neither has he ever even been able to lift a sword. Keeping this in mind, it doesn't seem likely that he will be of any use to her, because she would need a powerful man to handle her.
True.
The queen takes a moment, and then she tells Yama that she only has one request from him, and that is to become her groom. Yama's jaw drops because he doesn't think he heard her correctly. Ora repeats herself again by saying that she would like to make Yama her groom, so that he may eventually become her husband. In essence, she wants him to marry her, and this is all it takes for our hero to be astounded by her demands. He drops his drink out of shock and looks at Ora with disbelief. He wants to know why she would want to marry someone like him, so she decides to give him an explanation. Things may look nice and calm right now, but that was not the case some time ago. As a matter of fact, we learned that Ora's kingdom was in a state of war for a very long time before Yama came along.
Oh
Even
fuck!
thought they were able
Every
to
time,
win this
dude.
war, It came at a great price, which involved the lives of the royal family. As of now, Aura is the only surviving member of this family, as all of the direct descendants have passed away due to the war. Marriage is a duty at this point to Aura, so it's not like she can avoid it
Out
any
of all
cost.
the dudes, she picks
However,
some random dude
since
from
her
another
royal
dimension.
family is known to have the power of space-time magic running through their veins, Aura can't just marry anyone out there. She has to make sure that this magic is passed on to her children. So the best option would be to marry someone who comes from the same royal bloodline. Hearing this only makes Yama doubt the process even more because he is from Earth, so he does not have any connection to Aura's bloodline. If he does not know how to use magic, then he is the worst possible choice for Aura to try and continue her royal heritage. The queen was expecting to hear something along those lines, so she asked Yama to allow her some more time to explain a story from the past. Now we see her narrating a tale from 5 generations ago, which can also be interpreted as 150 years ago. During this time, Aura's kingdom had a crown prince who ended up falling in love with a woman whom he could never be with. While some had believed that this girl was a commoner, others had said that she was of royal blood, but from an opposition kingdom. No one could say for sure where this girl came from, but the point of the matter was that the prince was madly in love with her, and he did not even care about his position as the next king of the land. He was only bothered by the fact that he could not be with the girl of his dreams. Since they could not be together in this world, they instead decided to be together in another world. This seems very romantic to Aura,
Oh my
but
god,
Yama
dude.
wants to know why she is telling him so much about her kingdom.
There goes my
That's when
flight
she
line.
explains that our hero is the descendant from this exact same couple. The summoning spell that Aura had used would only choose a man who had strong ties to her royal bloodline, and in this case, it happened to be Yama. Since our hero has appeared in front of Aura, there is no doubt that he is the one who has descended from her kingdom's prince. As the queen looks into Yama's eyes with desire in her heart, he realizes that she might be making sense after all. After all, his deceased parents, and even his relatives back at home, seem to match Aura's look. They all had darker
the
skin
fuck?
when compared to
Kind
normal
of
Japanese
incest.
people. But even if such a thing were to be true, he is 5 generations into the future. This could mean that he barely has any royal blood left inside him right now. Aura does admit that she was expecting such a thing to happen, but as per her calculations, it looks like Yama has a very strong match percentage with her royal family. Of course, our hero is not as strong as a direct descendant, but even then, he has an amazing amount of mana inside his body. As a matter of fact, he has enough power inside him to make him the head of a branch family. If he puts in the right amount of training, Yama could even be able to use space-time magic himself. So, keeping everything in mind, it looks like our hero has turned out to be the perfect man for the job. Now, Aura admits that she may have surprised way too many times for his own liking, so she would like to sit down with him and talk things out in a calmer manner. The queen presents Yama with the option to go back to his world if he does
Hell no,
not
bro.
wish to stay inside this fantasy world.
Fuck that.
After all, she was the one who summoned him here without his consent, so she will make sure to send him back and make it seem as if it never happened in the first place. She tells Yama to be at ease because he seems to be very worried about the fact that he won't ever be able to go back home. Now that this is out of the way, Aura says that she will still send Yama back once to his original world, even if he chooses to marry her. Basically, the act of summoning a person and sending them back to their real world is something that depends on the stars above in the sky. Aura is not able to use this magic as freely as she would like, but as of now, the alignment of the stars is going to remain the same until the next night. After that, it will return again in a month, so Aura can only make use of the window she has right now. The main problem is that if she misses the next alignment, then the one coming after that will only occur in 30 years. This is a huge shock for Yama, because 30 years is a lot of time for someone his age. He would like to confirm everything that he has just heard, so he tells Aura that no matter what he says, she will send him back to his original world the next night. If he says yes, then she will summon him again within 1 month.
Damn.
But if she misses that mark, when our hero will have to wait for another 30 years. This causes Aura to take a pause because she knows that such a decision will affect the course of their very lives. The queen flaunts her curvy body and asks Yama if he would not seriously consider marrying her and living in this world. This puts our hero into a train of thought because even if he says yes, then that means he will have to say goodbye to Japan for 30 years.
Fuck Japan, bro.
However, if Aura is telling him the truth, then it's not a bad deal out for Yama because he is pretty much the definition of a loser boy. Not only is he a loner, he also does not have any family or girlfriend to go back to.
Exactly. It's
There's
something.
also
There's
the fact that he's
literally
working
no
for a
reason to go
shitty
that back.
company back on Earth. And the
You're
only
working for
thing
a
that
dead
works in his
engine.
favor is that he gets paid for his overtime work.
Oh yeah,
Even if he
bro.
were to
That's
leave
awesome.
that company, he would not be missing out on much, so it should be an easy decision for Yama. Now that he thinks about it, he will not have any regrets about leaving Earth because he has nothing to live for over there. In this fantasy world, though, he will get to marry a pretty wife with
Exactly.
an amazing body
Only
who also
W's.
happens to be the queen of this kingdom. It's like a dream come true for any young boy because he will have the perfect wife while also living the life of a royal king. Such ideas awaken his intrusive thoughts as our hero continues to fixate on Aura's twin peaks, which are indeed worthy of admiration.
It's like winning the lottery.
However,
except
his laughter
better.
is cut short when he seems to have some kind of realization. Yama figures that if he is going to become a royal member of the kingdom, then he will have tons of work to do. After all, people in high positions don't really have much free time on their hands. He will probably need to attend ceremonies from time to time. He would also need to make greetings, and most importantly, he would be required to maintain healthy relations with the neighboring countries.
Literally, who cares?
This is a highly political job, so our hero wonders if he is really cut out to be a king. Since he does not want to take any risks,
I'm gonna die.
he decides to ask Aura about what his job role is going to be over here. To his shock and surprise, Aura says that he will not need to do anything at all. Aura explains that the reason for this is because he will be the very first husband of the Queen of Capua. Her kingdom has always been dominated by men, so the fact that she is a ruling figure over here is an instance that probably will only happen once in a lifetime. Women are not really given much authority in this land, as their main job is to serve their men and look after the household. In the case of Aura, there has never been any kind of law regarding the roles of a husband to the queen. This means that Yama is not needed to perform any kind of duties at all, which sounds like a sweet deal. On top of that, Aura tells him not to worry about his role in this world, because her job will be to satisfy all his desires, no matter what shape or form that they may take. This sounds a bit too good to be true, because nobody would ever have such amazing luck come their way. No matter how Yama thinks about it, he feels that there has to be something else to the offer that's being presented to him. He tries to figure what Aura is going to get out of this deal, and the only thing that comes to mind is his royal blood. After all, she's basically telling him that he can live like a lazy goose, which is not what a normal woman would want in a man. Maybe Aura likes men who don't do anything with their lives, but would she really give our hero so much in his favor just to have him as her husband? This is when Yama awakens the businessman inside of him and states that he can't close a deal based off such little information. After all, he might just get the rug pulled out from under him, so he would like to ask the queen a few more questions. Yama reminds himself to think like a salaryman because in business, a man's look is determined by his will. He wants to strike the best kind of deal there is, and since Aura doesn't have a problem with his questions, he decides to give his interrogation skills a shot. First, he asks her how she would go about her marriage if he were to turn down her proposal. Aura replies by saying she would simply marry a noble man who has strong blood ties to her royal family. Yama realizes that there are other marriage candidates apart from him, but in that case, he needs to know how this noble man is connected to Aura's family. His questions seem to amuse the queen, so she takes a deep breath and says that there is no one in this kingdom who has blood ties to her royal family that can even rival Yama. The best possible case that she can expect will be her grandfather's mother's descendants, and nothing more than that. Yama believes that he has caught on to something here, so he tries to use his brain. A grandfather's mother would be 4 generations before Aura, so if the ancestry line fostered any
Where's that
further
dude at?
children, then there would not have been a need to summon Yama, who if from 5 generations ago. Aura had also stated that his ancestry line was a pleasant miscalculation, so this could mean that
Oh my
the
god,
strength of
finally.
his blood ties to Aura's family don't really mean much. Yama now starts to wonder if there is value in the fact that he is from another world. There is so much going on in our hero's head that he starts to imagine everything being a big fat lie. Suddenly, Yama comes back to his senses and reminds himself not to get too carried away. Otherwise, his caution will not be of any use. After all, if a queen like Aura really had any shady motives, then she would not have revealed that she could send him back to his world, even if he said no. A villain would probably make up an excuse for not being able to undo their summoning. After considering all the angles, our hero
Maybe she's
is
just playing
sure
the long
that
game.
Aura actually wants him to consider marrying her. Yama doesn't want to play any more games, so he asks Aura straight up that if he does marry her, then would he not need to do any kind of work in the kingdom? This is when he suspects that Aura actually wants a man who will not bother her with the ruling of her kingdom. The queen simply says that she can't expect our hero to do anything for her if she has made him forsake his past life and his memories for this new position. This is enough information for Yama, so he decides to go over the points once again for clarity. First, there's the point that there are noble men waiting in line to marry Aura. But even then, she decided to summon a boy who was not supposed to have ties even as strong as these men. However, after Yama came to her world, she realized that he actually has the best connection to her family in this world. This explains the miscalculation, but even then, it looks like the only thing that Aura wants from Yama is children, since the very existence of a queen has never been heard of in this part of the world. Yama finds himself in a unique position to be the very first prince consort the kingdom has ever seen. Keeping these things in mind, our hero can very clearly see the goal that has been put right in front of him. He still has a few more questions left to clarify,
God damn it.
so he continues by asking where exactly would he be staying in this country. Aura answers by saying it will most likely be the inner palace where both our hero and the queen will be living with each other, although at irregular intervals. Everything seems to be on track, so then Yama asks his final question to Aura. He wants to know that if he were to say yes to marrying Aura, then would it be fine for him to just stay confined within the inner palace? He would not speak or interact with anyone apart from Aura because he needs to fulfill his duties as a husband. Basically, our hero just wants to laze around and have fun each and every day. To his pleasant surprise, Aura gives him a smile and says that she would be more than happy to welcome that kind of attitude. This is all our hero needs to hear to realize that he has indeed hit the jackpot with Aura. The queen does not want him to do anything at all, apart from being a husband, and he fits the bill perfectly. If a noble man were to marry Aura, then he would also want to use the power that she holds as the queen. This would lead to power struggles and an ugly mess whenever they would get into an argument. In such a case, it would give rise to a dual power structure, and the kingdom would get split up into separate factions. Keeping this in mind, it would make sense to summon a person like Yama, since he is from another world, and hence has no connection to Aura's family from the outset. Now the queen tells our hero that while this may be a very big decision, and she doesn't want to rush him through it, Yama should try to take a call by the next night, because that's the only window she has to send him back to his own world. Our hero once again sits down to put his life into perspective, but he comes back with the same response. At the end of the day, he is a salary man, so this is the best kind of deal anyone can offer him. This is his one and only chance to actually enjoy his life, rather than doing so much work just to get by. He had to bow his head down to his bosses, even when he didn't want to, and even though he had become a full member of society in itself.
Screw
There's
that,
only
bro.
so much that
You could be
basic
king, what the
status
fuck?
can do for you. However,
Exactly.
at the same time, our hero believes that he does have pride in the fact that he was able to do all of this on his own, so he needs to consider something even greater. It is the fact that he will have to be kept by a woman, which is not a proud thing for a man. He can't
That's his
just let go
concern.
of such a thing easily.
That's his
Seeing
concern.
him in
What the
such deep
fuck?
thought does make Aura a bit conscious, and we can even see tears in her eyes. She says that even as she is thinking about it, she is asking too much from our hero. First of all, she summoned him here without his permission, and now she is asking him to rush through an important decision. It's almost as if she has become the very definition of what a tyrant is supposed to be. Now, she would not be surprised if Yama refused her proposal, and then she even asks him to forgive her for making him have this chat with her.
Fuck the fuck.
She did not mean to
Sorry
come
for wanting
across
to make
as
you a
shady
permanent.
woman and enforce her wishes upon Yama. This is all it takes for our hero to be smitten by her, and he gets up from his seat to hold the queen's hand. Now, Yama openly tells Aura that they should get married, and this shocks her more than anyone else. Basically, he got the look from her that confirmed her true intentions, so now he does not have any issues with being taken care of by Aura. He tells the queen that he accepts her proposal, and this makes her blush. Now, we move on to meet the queen's right-hand man, known as Fadio, who greets Aura with respect. He then asks her that since she is now engaged to Yama, what would her impressions be as of now? She goes on to say that he is a lot sharper than she had expected him to be, and he might have already figured out what her true intentions are. Now, another man walks in and says that if Aura is skeptical of Yama, then she can just go ahead and accept the marriage proposal of one of her relatives. After all, it would not be surprising if Yama had his own motives as well. This man is the head of the court wizards, named Espiridian, also known as Esprit. Aura asks him that he may believe such a thing, but would he rather have her marry men like the Hungry Wolf or the puppet who are after her? The Hungry Wolf is known as Lord Pujaru, who is from the Jigen family. Esprit believes that he would make for a good husband because he is a great commander and one of the best warriors in the kingdom. On the other hand, there is also the puppet, who is named Lord Raphael of the Marquis family. His skills are good enough for him to become a highly valuable civil servant. Despite what the Lord of the Wizards may say, Aura simply replies by mocking both the lords. Pujaru is a man who just has too much ambition, while Raphael is nothing more than a puppy who will listen to whatever his family tells him. Fadio realizes that the queen is not going to move away from her decision, but he still mentions that Yama is not just from another class, but also from another world. From whatever he has seen so far, he is not so sure if Aura will be able to raise a family with our hero. The queen simply says that when it comes to such matters, it will depend on how persistent she will be with him. The men go along with what she says, but they also mention that it will be a huge problem if the royal family does not produce a child. The possibility is rare, but if it were to happen that Yama's elephant fails to rise for Aura's black
Yo.
then this will have to be reported to the council instantly. Aura simply laughs this off because she feels that having children will be the least of their concerns. Fadio would like to know what she means by this, so she explains that Yama could not take his eyes off her twin peaks the entire time they were having their chat. Basically, our hero's intrusive thoughts got the better of him, and even though he tried his best to steal glances of Aura's curvy body, she was able to see through all of them. So she is sure that her body will ensure that the two of them will end up having a child. Now, we move back to the real world where Yama has a month to wrap things up. The first thing he does is quit his job, which comes as quite
Why
a
does he even have to
surprise
quit his
boss.
job?
The reason he enlists is that he is taking over the family business, so his boss tries to sway him with his words. He states that Yama had just started becoming a major asset to the company, so he wouldn't have taken such a job if he had hated it. Of course, our hero knows that his boss wouldn't believe him if he said that he was leaving to get married to the queen of another world, so he simply says that he's had a change of heart. The boss accepts his resignation, but he also expects Yama to complete his notice period at the company. Until then, he will look for a new hire, so our hero bows down once again and agrees to the terms. Now that he's gotten this out of the way, Yama realizes that there isn't much time left for his summoning session. He needs to get ready before Aura calls for him again, so he decides to do the things that a husband would normally do for his wife. This includes going wedding shopping, and he even picks up a ring for the queen to make it feel like a proper marriage. The next thing he does is look for a power source, because he had quite a hard time back in her palace. It was so hot that he couldn't really sleep in peace, and he literally thought that it was 100 degrees, even though he didn't have a thermometer. Since he is now going to live in the kingdom for at least 30 years, he would love to have a fridge and an air conditioner.
Dude, imagine having the king
if
title
he's going
stripped
to
away
be
from you.
stuck in a room
Oh my
for
god.
most of his time there,
How
then
they kill
he's
us, dude.
also going to need entertainment in the form of games and movies. For that, he will need a generator, so he checks out what all he can buy from here. Yama comes across a whole bunch of options, but then he figures that he needs to come up with a power source. After all, diesel and gasoline would not be the right
Use a hand
choice,
crank.
as getting fuel in the kingdom would be a bit of an issue. Wind energy is not too reliable, and since our hero will
solar.
need electricity at night, solar power would also not be an efficient method.
Crank.
There are generators that work on batteries too, but there's only a certain amount of batteries that a man can buy. After considering everything in front of him, Yama realizes that the best option for him is a hydro generator. As he prepares for
Oh,
his new
dude,
life,
those
a month
exist?
goes by rather quickly, but a lot of it went into getting the legal papers signed for his hydro generator. He could have tried to force the people to sell it to him, but they would have probably just refused his order if he did not sign the river law's paperwork. With that hassle completed, Yama makes sure to have the moving company make a video on how to assemble the generator. This would make it easy for him to take it down and put it back up when he travels to Aura's world. As his luck would have it, he even has a place where he can practice setting up the generator. It's a mountain lodge that was set far
Wait, what the
away
fuck?
from
This
the
guy's
village
killing
where
them.
he was born.
This guy on my team?
Most of the area was under the name of his grandparents when he had left
Hold up.
Tokyo, but Yama can enjoy the lodge and the area around it, as they were both put under his name. It's actually the
Guy's
best
just killing
possible
every- oh,
place
shit.
for him to try such things out, and he gets a hang of the generator soon enough. He's also got batteries just in case, and even in a worst-case scenario, the generator will last for 10 years. After all, there's only so much of a warrant you can expect from such an item, and most importantly, this is just a tool to help Yama get used to the world around him. It would be great if our hero got used to living in Capua before the generator breaks down, but he's also made such a big decision on a whim, so he'll just have to hope for the best. There's no turning back for now, so he has to arrange all his equipment together. He also gets a cart so that the process becomes easy for him, but it's still quite the task. Yama falls to the floor after moving everything, and even admits that he had though he was going to meet his maker. He is an amateur after all, so moving all these items would have been a pain for him. Anyway, all the preparations are done now, so the only thing that's left is for the moving company to take all of Yama's other electronics to the warehouse. Now we learn that Yama was given a magic carpet by Aura when he was sent back to Japan. Basically, this is filled with time-space magic, so he will need to place all the items he wishes to get with him on top of the carpet for them to also travel with him. Now, Yama thinks about all the work he's done during this month to make sure he's ready for Aura and her world. He's even bought rings as a mark of respect to their marriage, so all that's left is for him to say goodbye to Earth. All he has ever done here is work, and with no family or dreams to motivate him, he is not going to have any regrets at all. Before he leaves, he decides to visit his relatives and is greeted by them with cheers and smiles. They are surprised to see him here because it's been a while since they last met, and now he's telling them that he's going abroad. The group discusses how tough it is for someone to settle overseas because it will be a completely different world from Japan, and there will be barriers such as language. Seeing them speak makes our hero remember his earlier days, as his relatives have not changed at all. We learn that when Yama was in middle school, he lost his parents to a car accident. He would eventually move to a high school dorm, but before that, he had stayed in this very house for a year and a half. Despite it only being such a short period of time, the family has still kept his seat at the table. Yama is told to enjoy the taste of home because he won't be coming back for a whole now. He enjoys his meal and thanks his relatives for their love and support. They even tell him that he can always reach out to them if he is facing any problems abroad. He happily accepts their gesture and thinks to himself that even though he had expected this to happen, he still feels a bit sad about leaving them. They did take good care of him, which was why he ended up meeting them one last time before he left this world. He takes a look at all the items in his room and sees an old cassette player, along with a study desk and a wardrobe. It's almost as if he had never left, because his room is still how it was when he used to stay here.
Fuck it, dude.
Yama actually feels really bad, because even though his relatives have treated him like their own family, he has not given anything back to them. He tries to sleep now, but starts feeling cold, so he gets upset with himself. He talks to himself and tries to motivate his body because he's prepared for this exact reason. Suddenly, he hears knocking at the door, so he opens it to see his Oba-san standing in front of him. He asks her what she's doing over here at such a late time of night, so she asks him if there is something that he's hiding from her. It seemed as if he was hiding something from the family at the dinner table, so she wants to know if all is well. Our hero takes a moment, and then he tells her that he was probably just a bit nervous about going abroad and settling down over there. He says sorry if he made himself seem odd at the dinner table, but his Oba-san tells him not to worry about her or the others as they are all family. She goes on to give him a touching speech about how family will always worry about one another, but that should not weaken his resolve because he needs to live his best life. She says that she will always support Yama, no matter what, and this makes our hero emotional. He suddenly drops the wedding rings that he had got for himself and Aura, so he panics and rushes to take them before his Oba-san sees them. She asks if he's alright, but then Yama speaks in an excited voice, thanking her for all that she's done for him.
Interesting.
He also mentions that he may not see her for a while, but he will do his best. She is a bit surprised to see Yama like this, so he says sorry for speaking in such a high volume. However, his Oba-san smiles and says that he had a look on his face that she had not seen in a while. He wants to know what kind of look this is, so she explains that it's the same kind of look that he had when her husband had asked to marry her.
Damn.
Our hero feels like she has seen right through him. But anyway, he gets ready for his journey and thanks his relatives for all their support. Now, he takes a small blade and pricks the top of his finger so that some blood can come out for the time-space magic to work. Aura had told him that since he has magic inside him, he will be able to activate the magic in the carpet given to him as well. This will allow Aura to summon him and all the other items he's bringing with him to the other world.
There we go.
Suddenly, the magic in the carpet gets activated, and then our hero gets a glimpse of his life on Earth. He sees how he had first found out that he was alone when his parents passed away, so he gives credit to his relatives for helping him get back on his feet. He then looks at the time he got accepted into college, which was a great moment for him because all his hard work had paid off at the time. Even if he looks back at his time working for the shady company, he admits that he learned quite a few things while he was there. There were good times and bad times, but either way, our hero thanks Earth for his life, and now he is ready to welcome another world. A burst of light takes over, and our hero is blinded for a moment. But then he can hear Aura telling him that she's glad to see he's here. Now she can truly say that Yama is in her kingdom inside her world. Yama looks up and sees his wife in waiting who welcomes him as her life partner. With that, our hero takes a deep breath and declares that he is back for good. Of course, the queen has to be careful, so she has her men inspect all of the items that Yama has brought with him. She also tells them that if they find anything shady, then they should bring it to her without any hesitation.
What the fuck? She has no trust in him. She might be evil.
Finding a lot of bottles, and he tells Aura that they are all alcohol containers. Some of these bottles had broken due to the movement caused during the summoning transfer, and the smell coming from them is most definitely that of alcohol. The queen takes a look at these bottles, and then tells her men to store all the ones with alcohol inside the wine cellar. Now she notices a glass shard inside one of the boxes, which has probably come from a broken bottle. Aura picks it up, and is amazed to see how humans have also been able to create crystals of their own due to the shiny nature of the glass shard. She wonders if vessels such as these are common in Yama's world, but the thing is that he has brought so many items from Earth that all of them seem to fascinate Aura. As the palace men take a look at all the different things that he has brought with him, it becomes clear to the queen that there is a marked difference between her and Yama. All these devices in his boxes state that he comes from a culture which the people of Capua have never even heard of. Suddenly, she sees one of her men doing something shady next to a box, so she stops him right in his tracks. She wants to know what he is hiding, so the other men also gather around to see what's up. The man says that he would never do anything shady in front of his queen, but she tells him to show what he had just put away because it looks like cloth. Judging from the man's movement, Aura wonders if he has just placed poison into her husband's luggage. With no other choice, the man reveals a rather spicy set of clothes that Yama may have brought in anticipation of getting with Aura on their first night together. Everyone notices that this is an outfit for women, especially because of how thin and transparent the cloth is. But they wonder why a boy like Yama has brought such clothes along with him. Now that the man is in the clear, Aura says sorry to him for her suspicions, but everyone thinks it's rather shady for Yama to have such an item in his luggage. However, Aura seems to be fine with our hero's intrusive thoughts because he is a man after all. Now we move to our hero who is sitting by
Gotta be back.
himself and also feeling a bit nervous. He shouldn't have brought anything dangerous with him, but the items from Earth may seem shady to the people from this world. Yama wonders if everything is going to be fine, and then he hears knocking on the door. He allows the person to come in, and her name is revealed to be Amanda, who is the head maid of this palace. As part of her job, she oversees all the slaves of the intersection, so she asks our hero if he has some time for her to introduce all the maids of the palace to him. Yama doesn't have any problem with this because it's not like he can leave his room right now either. Plus, he's not going to be a busy man as Aura's husband, so he can take his time with these maids. Now the maid girls walk in one after the other, and our hero is shocked to see the number of people simply in this section. They kick things off with Inez, who is in charge of cleaning, then Vanessa, who works in the kitchen, followed by Amelia, who tends to the gardens, and Araja, who tends to the baths. These four maid girls are the main ones who look after various areas of the inner palace. If Yama is ever to be in trouble and needs help, then he can feel free to call upon one of these girls. Our hero can only nod his head and say yes for now, but the head maid seems to share a glance with him that isn't normal. She soon recollects herself and bows down to Yama, but even he felt what just happened. He wonders if he is being too polite to these maid girls, because Capua definitely looks like something from an ancient era. After all, it may be that staff members are not treated with a lot of respect here in the palace. Our hero feels that it would be best if he thought of himself as a higher rank when compared to the others. However, it's going to be tough to get used to such a method, so he will probably need to grow into it. As of now, what he should do as the master is go about memorizing the names of all these maid girls. He is barely able to remember Amanda's name. And then the head maid says that there are a total of 9 maids, all of whom will be attending to him directly. This is definitely not what Yama had in mind when he came here, because it's like a luxury for him. Now we meet the other girls, starting with Karen, who says that Yama should feel free to ask her for whatever he wants. Then we meet Dolores, Fee, Leet, Crystal, Keisha, and Iman, all of whom are here to serve our hero. Amanda tells him that if he ever feels like asking for something minor, then he can talk to these 9 girls because he should not feel like he needs to ask Amanda first before going to the others. Yama is okay with this, he guesses, but he also has to remember all the names of these girls, which is going to be a pain. He decides to tell them that he is going to be in their care now, but then he realizes that he is being way too polite again. So he straightens his back and says that he expects great work from them all. This odd behavior actually works on the maid girls, so Yama realizes that it's really hard trying to live like a royal. Now he meets with Aura, who tells him that there are still some items of his that she would like to know the use for. Other than that, she will try her best to have all his items moved to the palace the next day. She does admit that she took the liberty of storing all his alcohol bottles into the cellar, but he doesn't have a problem with that. Of course, he's still feeling a bit uneasy, so Aura asks her husband if there is something that's bothering him. After all, she is here to make sure all his desires are met, so he can tell her whatever he feels. That's when Yama confesses that he's at a loss when it comes to the common sense of this world. He also has no idea on how he should be acting as royalty over here, so Aura asks him for some time to think about it.
God damn.
She will then figure out a way to help her husband adapt to this kingdom and its ways. It is a bit embarrassing for Yama, so he says sorry for the trouble he's causing, but Aura says it's totally understandable for him to be this way. She then says that she and her team had a look at everything he has brought with him, but they came across a lot of items and tools that looked like crystals made by hand. Of course, no one from this kingdom has come across anything like it before, so it has made them realize just how different their worlds are. Of course, Yama has no idea what crystals she's talking about, but then he figures that it might be the marbles that he's got with him. He explains to us that when he first came into this world, he didn't really see any glass around, so he thought that it would be nice to bring some of his own. However, he can now use his glass items for trading and other such activities. In any case, Aura would prefer if her husband rested for today and relaxed a bit because things are going to get a bit busy tomorrow. He wants to know what's up, so Aura reveals that the preparations for the wedding will begin as the dates have been set for 5 days from now. As expected, Yama is a bit taken aback by this call because 5 days is way too soon for any kind of wedding prep. The Queen explains that since there is no precedent for this kind of royal wedding, the amount of time that it will take for the actual prep will not be a lot. After all, a wedding for a direct royal descendant, such as Aura, would take around a year to prepare. For such families, weddings are not just a simple celebration, but rather an extremely important place for diplomacy as well. Over the period of 1 year, messages would be sent to each and every possible nobleman and member of royalty, not just from a local angle, but also from a foreign one. Also, since weddings are supposed to showcase how well off a kingdom is, it becomes important to make it as grand as possible. Yama makes sense of the situation, but then he asks Aura if she is having a wedding so soon due to the fact that she is a queen and not a king. She smiles at her future husband and states that he does have an astute sense of deduction. There is no such precedent for a queen to have a wedding in the kingdom, and if anyone had an issue with it, then they would have stopped it from going ahead. Yama adds to this by saying her wedding would end up complicating the structure of power in the kingdom too. Aura gives him an example by saying if she were to sit on the throne as the sole ruler of the kingdom and Yama went ahead to father a child with another woman, then it would make things very complicated. There would be some individuals who would end up plotting against her so that they can make the child become the next king of the land. Of course, Yama says that he would never do something like this, but the queen only wants to make sure that no one messes around with her wedding. She goes on to say that there is not much to worry about, because her political prowess is such that it will not fail against any kind of political scheme. Even so, the best she can do is take the wind out of the sails of those who are plotting against her. She fully intends to place as less of a burden as possible on our hero, but there will be times when she will need him to help out with some stuff. He does not know what she means by this, so it does make him a bit nervous, but he is up to the task, so he tells her that he will make himself useful whenever it's possible. Aura tells him once again that the ceremony is going to be small, so she hopes he doesn't have an issue with that. We quickly move forward to the wedding now, where we see lots of people in attendance. The announcer declares that everyone present here will now witness the ceremony between Queen Aura and Yama, who will now be referred to as His Majesty. Our hero, on the other hand, is shocked to see the number of people in attendance, because this is by no means a small ceremony. After all, even Hollywood weddings aren't as flamboyant as this one. Our hero looks quite nice having been dressed properly, and even Aura is looking lovely in her white dress. She says it's time to go, but our hero wonders who will take the first step, as there will be lots of judgment to be passed. If Aura makes the first move, then she will be seen as a woman who thinks of herself to be above men. However, if Yama does it, then he will be seen as a shady man who is manipulating the queen. Keeping this in mind, the best way would be to step forward at the same time, and then the couple makes their entry. Some men talk about how the groom is supposed to have a lot of mana, which is probably why Aura will want to have his baby inherit the powers of the royal family. The rumors already begin to spread amongst the people in attendance, but it's mostly got to do with the fact that they want to get close to Yama. This becomes too much for our hero to take, and the anxiety is becoming a bit too much for him to handle. He tries to calm himself down, but it is of no use, and he loses his sense of balance. It even looks like he is going to fall down, but just as this is about to happen, his arm is held by Aura, who saves him from a rather humiliating moment. He figures that the queen is used to this kind of chatter, so he should also do his best to make this work out. He reminds himself that this is the moment he has been waiting for, because he is going to live a new life moving forward. He decides to walk forward, and even though it may feel like he is a baby who is just learning to walk, our hero knows that his life is going to change forever with this marriage.
For the better.
The both of them
Or
walk
maybe
up
not.
to the head of the wizards, and they bow down to him to gain his blessings. With that, the wedding is done with, and everyone cheers for Yama and Aura together. Our hero takes a look at all the common folk in front of him, and he feels a bit overwhelmed by it all. Later at night, he can breathe a sigh of relief as he tells Aura that they managed to make it through all the drama. Now the queen switches to flirt mode and tells Yama that he must be tired from this day, just as she is. He wants to get something for her to drink because it's getting hot in here, and he is already feeling nervous. Our hero goes to the fridge that he's got to this world and takes out a bottle of wine that's chilled. However, he also knows that tonight is his first night with Aura as her husband, so there are some expectations. Intrusive thoughts aren't hard to come by for Yama, but the last time he was with a girl was back in college, so he's a bit rusty to say the least. It doesn't even matter that he and Aura are tired, because it is their duty to do shady things with each other. He gives the queen some wine, but he wonders how he is going to get her in the mood. After all, he has never been with anyone from royalty, so this might get a bit interesting. The funny thing is that he doesn't even need to make any effort, because Aura asks him to come sit next to her instead of on the other side of the couch. This is clearly an invitation to do unspeakable things with each other. But is our hero going to accept? Is he finally going to conquer the queen of his new world? Like, share, and subscribe if you like this video. Hit the bell icon to get notified when
Share
I
and
upload part 2.
subscribe.
See you soon.
Share and subscribe. Oh wait, she's
After
a
our
demon
hero
queen?
Yama finally agrees to marry the Queen Aura in another world, he is presented with a tricky situation wherein she invites him to come sit close to her on their wedding night. She is high off some wine, so she has already tapped into her intrusive thoughts. However, Yama does not know how he should react because he has never found himself in such a position before, that too with a girl as pretty as Aura. The queen eases his nerves by saying that they are husband and wife from now on, so there is no need to feel shy about anything. As they are alone, they are bound to get closer to each other, so Yama takes the risk and sits next to his new wife. Things become awkward very
Why this guy's such a
quickly as
vagina,
our
bro?
hero doesn't make a move on Aura, and he just sits there while she continues to sip on her wine. His heart is beating faster than a space rocket, because he feels that he is too close to Aura right now. However, if he pulls away, then she might get the wrong idea and think that he's not interested in her. The silence continues to make things weird, so Aura decides to change the subject. She tells Yama that he has brought some amazing electrical items from his world to this place. She comments on the lighting and cooling power of some of the items, as they seem to remind her of the Twin Kingdoms Shirova and Jilbel. Yama also realizes that apart from the time he spent on getting ready for his wedding, he was also busy with setting up the power generator to make sure all his gadgets were working properly. Now that everything is in place, he feels that all his hard work did not go to waste. He seems a bit relaxed now, So Aura puts down her glass and takes her husband's name as she gets even closer to him. The queen holds on to our hero's arm, which makes him blush out of nervousness. He decides to change the topic and then asks Aura about Sharova and Jill Bell. After all, he wants to know if there is such a place in this world where he can get items that are usually found on Earth. Aura says yes indeed and goes on to explain how the twin kingdoms work with each other. The Sharova family is good at bestowal magic, while the Jill Bell family is great with healing magic. Both the royal families work together and treat each other as equals, which has allowed them to form a large kingdom in the center of the southern continent. It is due to the bestowal magic that they are the only kingdom in the world that can create magic tools. At night, they use magic jewels to light up the town, and they also have wind jewels that allow for cooling when it gets really hot. Yama is impressed that people of this world have magic for such things. But then Aura switches back to romance mode as she pulls his face towards her. Now, the queen says that there has been something which has been bothering her for a while now. Yama asks her what the matter is, but he keeps referring to her as Aura-san. This is exactly the problem, as she does not want her husband to keep calling her such a thing. After all, they are not strangers anymore, so Yama needs to do something about this bad habit of his. She wants him to act like her husband, but our hero counters that even she refers to him in a similar manner. This is the way Yama has always spoken, so it's not like he is specifically speaking to her in a formal manner. The queen agrees with Yama and admits that they do speak as if they are distant from each other. She then asks our hero if it is fine for her to refer to him by his first name. This takes him by surprise.
Freak, bro, I
and he
hate this
doesn't
so
know how to
much.
respond,
Can I skip
but
this
he
part?
eventually says yes. Aura is happy to hear this, and now she tells him to refer to her by her first name as well. It's a little tough for him to do this, but he does call her by her name, and then the both of them start calling out each other's names for a bit. One thing leads to another, and the newly married couple finally locks lips for the first time. Both parties unleash their intrusive thoughts, and Aura is so happy that she hugs Yama for finally showing his shady intentions. Now she teases him by saying she is going to their bedroom chamber as she has a lot to prepare for. She then tells him to slowly count to 100 before entering the room. With that, she walks away and our hero is left feeling a bit confused. She reassures him that he doesn't need to worry as she will not run away. Yama has a blank look on his face, but he is about to get very lucky. Now the queen enters the bedroom chamber and switches on the lights, but to our surprise, she blushes a lot and is shown to be very nervous herself. She says that even though she feels a bit embarrassed by what just happened, the thought of her and Yama engaging in such shady acts every night does get her heart pounding. On top of that, she wonders if Yama had noticed something about her, but since they were so close to each other, it does not seem as if he had seen what Aura did not want him to see. The queen takes off her robe and says that it has been a long time since she has felt such a sensation in her body. It's almost as if she is going for her first ever battle, but in this case, she does not know what she is supposed to do. She starts noticing too many details, and even covers the lamp because she thinks it's too bright. Aura takes a moment to collect herself, and then her 100 seconds are up as Yama comes knocking on her door. He comes in with a shady look on his face, and it becomes even shadier when he sees his wife lying bare in front of him. Yama's face looks like a hungry beast who hasn't had a meal in forever, so his wife asks him what he's waiting for. She says that there is no need for any kind of reservation, and they should unleash all their desires into this passionate night. What follows is a vast variety of unspeakable acts that lead to one
So
big
censored.
explosion. Once they are done, Aura takes a moment to calm down and asks her husband to forgive her for losing control. She asks if they are done with the deed, and Yama says yes, after which he asks how it was for her. The queen explains that whether it was in politics or on the battlefield, she has always been able to make her way through the bloodbaths that were in front of her. However, tonight was the first ever instance where she had considered surrendering herself to anyone. Yama does not know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, so he says sorry. Of course, Aura says that there is no need to apologize,
As
as
an
this
idiot.
is also one of
Sorry.
her duties as a wife. Now, Aura tells her husband that they need to get some sleep because they have an early morning the next day. Our hero recalls that he and his wife have a parade at the capital tomorrow, so he needs to be ready for that. He still has a lot to learn when it comes to the manners of this world, so he decides to get some sleep. But then he remembers something else. He gets out of bed in a hurry and leaves the room, so Aura wants to know what's going on. Our hero tells her that he has to give her something, and he will be back in a moment. Of course, Aura is still confused by what just happened, but then Yama enters the room with a small box. The queen asks him what this may be, and that's when our hero opens the box to reveal a burst of light. It turns out to be the wedding rings that Yama had bought for himself and Aura back when he was in Japan. He then tells her that it is one of his world's wedding customs where the man and the woman both put a ring on each other's left ring fingers and swear their eternal love for each other. Now, Yama bends the knee and asks Aura to give him her left hand, to which she complies. Our hero then puts on the ring and makes his vows to his new wife with an eternal promise.
This is so gay,
The
dude.
queen is taken aback by such a gesture, so she blushes in front of Yama, and then he asks her if she could do the same thing for him as well. The queen finishes her vows and her oath as well, which means that she and Yama are both officially married as per their world's customs. Aura feels that wedding rings, vows, and oaths are very interesting, so if word of this were to spread across her kingdom, then they might become a part of this world's customs as well. Yama says that if this would be the case, then they are the first ever couple to exchange rings in this world. Aura agrees that it would be amusing in its own right, and then the couple goes to sleep. Some time passes by, and we can see our hero's alarm going off at 5:30
I have the
in
idea.
the morning. He wakes up on time and tells us that it has been 10 days since he first acted on his intrusive thoughts with Aura. Since then, he has been able to settle into this world just about all right, and he looks at his wife smiling at him in bed. It turns out that this is quite an early time for a normal person in Japan to wake up. But in this kingdom, it is actually considered to be late. That's because this is a culture where there is no real source of light other than fire. Because of that, people take the sun rising to be precious, as they want to make the most out of the light. Of course, since he does not have
Makes
any
sense.
work to do of his own, he does not have the need to wake up any earlier than he does. Now we see Aura getting ready for work, and that's when Yama says that the only reason he does wake up at this time is because he wants to spend time with his wife before she goes out to fulfill her duties as the queen. He asks her what her day looks like today because he wants to eat together with her. The queen comments that she does not know if she will be able to make it back to the inner palace either for breakfast or for lunch. However, if all goes well, then she could be here for dinner. But she also states that if Yama really wants to eat with her, then he could simply come to the main palace, as that would be easier for everyone. The problem for Yama is that if he goes to this section, then there is a high chance of him running into a noble who is not Aura. If he ends up saying something odd due to his lack of social manners in this world, then it may cause trouble to his wife. On top of that, he worries about saying something which could come off in a way that he is making fun of Aura. If this would be the case, then the queen would end up facing a lot of criticism from the common folk of her own kingdom. Keeping this in mind, our hero tells his wife that going to the main palace would only cause trouble for everyone, so he would much rather just stay here and laze about. He knows that he might be overthinking, but one can never be too safe in an unknown world, so he would much rather not take any risks at all. Aura sees sense in what he's saying, so the couple kisses each other goodbye for the day, while the queen promises to be back for dinner. With that, Aura leaves the room and Yama is left alone with himself and his gadgets. Our hero lazes around in bed and wonders what he should do now. He used to be busy all the time back in Japan, and even now, he did have a few basic tasks to complete, but now is the start of his lazy time. Yama remembers that he had recorded a lot of movies on his DVDs, but never got a chance to watch any of them. He also has a lot of games which he wants to play, but has never opened, and on top of that, He has a lot of bands that he really wants to listen to, but could never do so
I
due to
killed
his busy schedule in Japan. He decides to kick things off by watching a TV show that he had recorded, and he wonders how much time it will take for him to finish all of it. He also wonders how long it will take for him to exhaust all his entertainment material. And then we shift to Aura, who is busy signing some papers. With her is her right-hand man Fadio, who tells her that it's just about time for her to speak with the next person. She asks who is waiting to talk to her now, and Fadio says that it's the captain of the knights, known as General Pion. Aura knows this name because Pion is like a hero in this kingdom, and he was also a candidate who wanted to marry her. She wonders what he is here for because he is a man who is full of ambition. It could be that he simply wants to congratulate her for her wedding, but she can't be sure of it. Fadio says that knights at the rank of general have the right to request an audience with the queen, so she agrees to let him in. Pion enters the scene, and we can see that he has scars on his face, probably from past battles. He starts off by saying he would like to
Why did I
offer
kill
his
myself?
regards once again, so he personally congratulates Aura on her wedding. She thanks him for his kind words, and even addresses the elephant in the room by saying, even though they did not exchange marriage vows with each other, she still hopes to have a good relationship with him as his ruler. Pion is glad to hear that, and he mentions that ever since the wedding got done with, the capital city has been bustling with activities. It could even be said that the kingdom of Capua has entered a new age. Of course, Aura does not have the time for small talk, so she asks Pion to get to the point. The night boy says that he knows Aura is aware of his sister, who is a lot younger than her. This sister also has shallow blood bond to the royal family, just like he does, and it means that she does technically have royal blood running through her veins. Pion adds that his sister has magical powers, a good personality, and has also been educated well, so she will not be an embarrassment to anyone. All of this is fine, but Aura wants to know what Pion's sister has to do with her. The night boy gives a shady smile and asks the queen how she would feel about introducing his sister to Yama and making her his concubine.
Wait, what?
He wants to do this in order to strengthen the royal bloodline. But Aura clearly does
Man
not
is
look happy
offering
about
his
this.
sister, bro.
Aura says that the matter does sound interesting, but she wants to know what Pion's sister has to say on the matter.
He's like, okay.
The night boy is confused by this question because he is the head of his family, so he feels that his sister's opinion does not matter.
Bro.
Aura understands what's going on, so she says that Yama has only just come to this world, so his mind and body are still not used to living here yet. As a matter of fact, his hands seem to be full just dealing with her as of now. Of course, this is not what Pion wanted to hear, but he controls his feelings and then asks the queen if this is indeed what her husband has said. Aura says yes, and then she asks him if he is doubting his words. The night boy figures out the game she is playing, but he can't say anything, so he agrees with Aura and says sorry for being rude. He still states that his desire to meet Yama is purely genuine because he wants to see how his new master in Lord is.
God.
He asks Aura to say these exact same words to her husband, and she agrees to do it, but not before sighing out of frustration. With that, Pion takes his leave and gets out of the room, but Aura states that he is being a bit too ambitious. After all, his own marriage failed with her, and now he is trying to use his own little sister just to get his hands on the royal throne in some way or the other. His ambition is very clear and obvious, almost in a way that one may call it refreshing. Fadio then says that many others will also come to her with such proposals. The problem, though, is that Aura can't keep saying no to these people, as it may cause problems moving forward. It could so happen that people will start spreading rumors about Aura locking up her husband and not giving him any freedom so that she can control all the power of the kingdom. Of course, Aura knows
Damn
that
it.
Yama has chosen to stay inside
Way
the
too
inner
political.
palace out of his own free will, because he does not want to meet too many people from this world. However, the queen is sure that no one will believe her if she gives them this story. Even so, the consensus is that Yama will be needed to leave the inner palace, so that the public can see what they are like as a couple. Aura takes a moment to review this, And then she asks Fadio how long will it take before the nobles become impatient to meet her husband. He says that it could be anywhere between a month and a month and a half, so she decides to make the most out of this time. Aura will now hire a tutor to teach Yama about the customs and rules of her world, especially with regards to magic. She gets Fadio to work on this as soon as possible, and later she asks him on the update. He says that there are 3 candidates who have recommended
Let's go with this
themselves,
guy.
and another 31 candidates who have been sent from others. However, from the looks of it, these people are probably just trying to become Yama's shady slave girls, as they are all unmarried. Aura laments that the people of this town really do take her for a fool, but then Fadio tells her that there is one person who can't be ignored. She happens to be the wife of Count Marges, known as Octavia, and she is the model
Octavia?
woman of what a noble is supposed to be. Whether it's knowledge, education, or even skills in magical arts, she seems to have it all. Despite this, Aura is not too impressed because she thinks that Count Marges may want his own wife to do shady things with her own husband. Fadio says that the Count would probably not go so far as to turn his own wife into a night lady. He does have some kind of idea though, which is that the Count may want Octavia to drag Yama out from under Aura's nose. She is very pretty, so if she praises Yama and looks at him with respect, then he might want to get into politics soon enough. If he were to do such a thing, then people like Marges will be able to have a connect with a royal ruler. This gives Aura a lot to think about, as she knows that the Count is a shady man with an evil mind. He is clearly the one to worry about between him and his wife, as Octavia should not have any kind of ill intent. There's also the fact that Aura can't keep rejecting people, so she needs to do something about Octavia. Fadio asks her if they should go ahead with the Count's wife, or should they just reject her with some reason. From the looks of it, Aura approves Octavia, and then she has a hot tub bath with her lover boy. She tells Yama that she will have him make his public debut in exactly 1 month from now. This naturally comes as a shock to our hero, but Aura asks him to attend a reception party that will happen in the royal palace. This is not good news for Yama, so he sulks inside the water. But he knew that a queen's husband would not be able to stay under the radar for long.
What the fuck?
He also believes that he should do this for his sweet, curvy wife, so he agrees to give it his best shot. Aura says sorry to him because she knew that she had promised not to involve him in any kind of work. Yama seems to be fine with this, so he asks what his tutor is going to be like. The queen simply says that she will be someone who is worthy of trust, but the look on her face makes Yama suspect something. Anyway, she stands up to give her husband a full frontal view, and then she declares that she will teach Yama the basic manners of her land before he gets to meet the tutor. Our hero is obviously distracted by his wife's body, but he's also unsure if he'll be able to learn so much in so little time. He hasn't studied in years, so he wonders if there's a way to learn faster and better. That's when an idea strikes him, so Aura wants to know what it is, but he says that they will need to get out of the bathtub first before checking it out. Soon enough, the couple gets done with their bath, and Yama brings out his digital camera. Aura doesn't know what this is supposed to be, so she refers to it as a box. That's when our hero explains this camera is used for taking still images and also to record audio and video. Basically, he can use these recordings for his lessons, but his wife still has no idea what a picture or a video is. Yama doesn't know how he can explain this,
Just do it,
so
bro.
he says that he will show Aura how this camera works while she teaches him manners. The queen kicks things off by saying that royal people don't usually engage with people of a higher rank than them on public occasions. So the first thing that needs to be taught to Yama is how to behave with people from a lower rank. She starts talking about how he should address such people first, and after some time, our hero has taken enough footage to learn the first set of lessons. Now, he wants to check and see if the video turned out okay, but Aura doesn't get this either. She also decides to have a look at what Yama is doing, as her lover boy attaches the camera to his laptop, which is also a device from another world to her. Yama clicks on the video file, and we can see Aura speaking on the laptop screen, which shocks her to her core. She can't believe that she is seeing herself say the exact same words that she was using
Whatever.
earlier. She also admits that she has never seen anything like this in her life, not even in the Twin Kingdoms. However, there is a problem for Yama, as he can see his wife speaking, but he can't understand a single word of what she's saying. Aura is speaking in some kind of foreign language that he has never even heard of before, and that's when we learn about the soul of words. It's a magical power that only a certain number of people have, which allows them to perceive the same word, even if it is across multiple languages. Since Yama also has a small amount of magic, he was able to talk to the people of this world. His digital camera, though, does not have such magic, so even if he records the sound, he will not be able to record the magic translation.
No,
It's
no.
this very magic that serves to be the main difference between Earth and this world. The worst part is
The
that
camera
because he
doesn't
was
work.
able to speak to Aura with ease,
Oh,
he did not even bother to learn the language of this kingdom by himself. It turns out that the language here is not as easy as he would have liked it to be, because the characters and symbols differ even between each region. Luckily
come
for our
on.
hero, Aura comes up with a way for him
Look
to
at that
learn
back
the
boy.
letters with ease, and then she hands over the notes to Yama. She is also impressed by the fact that the pen she is using does not need her to dip it into ink. Yama tells her that it's called a ballpoint pen, and he can give her a couple of them if she wants. The queen instantly says yes, because it would be very convenient for her daily tasks. Now that they're at it, Yama wants to learn
Bitch,
about the numbers of this
die.
world too, but Aura says that it would be tough for him to do this. Anyway, she begins with the numbers from 1 till 10, and then she tells Yama to focus on getting these right. The funny thing is that these numbers are written in words, and not in actual numerical form. So our hero wonders if this world does not even have the concept of numerical values.
Oh.
In Yama's opinion,
Oh.
this can't be true because he knows that before Arabian numerals were taught in Japan, they used to employ the Chinese method of doing things. Now, he tells his wife that the way to learn numbers is actually very easy, and he proceeds to show her how numerical values work on Earth. Aura can't believe what she's seeing because the Arabic numerals are far too easy to learn. Yama goes on to say that if Aura would want to balance the amount of money coming in and going out of her kingdom, then Arabic numbers would be the way to go. The queen agrees with her husband, but she states that she hasn't done much for him and is only taking benefits from the items that he has brought from Earth. Aura has not returned the favor, even though she has had a very pleasant time with our hero ever since he reincarnated into her world. Yama tells her it's fine because he wanted to use these devices anyway. On top of that, our hero has also come prepared to do the work of a royal noble. This is because the work is still nothing if he were to compare how hard his life was as a salaryman. Despite his words, Aura still asks Yama if he is having any problems over here. He is confused to hear this, so the queen says that she does understand. He tries to avoid people over here because of how it may affect her own position. If she is being honest, then it has helped her a lot, and even the staff assigned to Yama, such as the maids and the cooks, have only nice things to say about her. Keeping this in mind, the queen wants to repay her husband for all the things he has done for her so far. Of course, she does not want him to be selfish, but he can ask her for whatever he wants. Yama does not really have much to complain about, but since Aura wants to pay him back so much, then he decides to awaken his intrusive thoughts. He makes a shady face and fake attacks Aura by telling his wife that he wants her to pay him with her body. Since the queen is experienced in combat, she stops our hero in his tracks, but then offers her body as payment. This doesn't help Yama's ego, as he turns away and looks down in shame. Aura does not know what's going on, so she asks her husband if he is unwell. He then says that he may not have gone all out, but he was hoping to push Aura down on the sofa to have his way with her, and yet she caught him so easily. Basically, it's his pride as a man that has taken a beating here, so the queen realizes that she has hurt his feelings. Aura comes up with an idea, and then she pretends to fall on the couch. But this hilarious display doesn't do the trick for Yama. He knows he didn't use any kind of special tackle with a time lag or anything like that, so there's no appeal to it. Aura doesn't know what else to do, so she keeps falling down on the couch
Bruh.
again and again. Yama tells her such a trick is not going to work on him, so the queen falls down once more and shows off her assets in the process. Seeing her curvy body is all it takes for our hero's intrusive thoughts to return once again, and he attacks her in full beast mode, which even she can't fight back. A few days pass by, and now we see Yama on his laptop with Aura behind him. She had asked our hero to do the kingdom's taxes from the previous year after he had learned the letters of the language. It wasn't much, but there were terms like places, names, and values, so these were the best options for Yama to try and execute the knowledge he has just learned. Once our hero gets done
have an
with the
idea.
taxes, he inputs the language from there and into his laptop, which he can then use to study.
Let us.
Of course, he is not perfect at this yet, because he is still making a few spelling errors, but that's fine because he has only just started. Yama is using Excel sheets for the taxes, so Aura gets confused when she sees that some of the boxes have the numbers in red, while the others have the numbers in blue. She wishes to know if there is some kind of meaning behind these colors, so Yama explains to her that he has made the Excel sheet do the calculations for each person after he put in the numbers. The people who have paid less than what they were supposed to are marked in red, while the ones who have paid more taxes than their due amounts have their numbers marked in blue. Aura is shocked to see this, but Yama tells her that he figured it would be easy to calculate the taxes as long as he had the data. Aura takes the sheets with the taxes on them and asks her husband if she can borrow them for a bit. He has no problem with this, but he states that his wife should go easy on the ones who did not pay their taxes. It's not his place to say this, but either way, Aura knows what needs to be done. Now, the queen hands over these files to Fadio, so he wants to know what this is all about. She says that these are the tax documents of all the nobles from the previous year.
Oh my
This
fuck,
is
I can
only
killing
now
myself,
that
dude.
Aura
What the
had
fuck?
Yama look at these files over the pretext of learning letters, but her actual aim was to test his skills to see if he could understand government affairs. However, she did not expect Yama to calculate them perfectly and even notice errors just over the course of a few days. Fadio is shocked to see this, so Aura comments that he will always be wary of her husband. Even so, Fadio says that he does not see Yama wanting to take part in the politics of this world. What he admits, though, is that he never thought Aura would find a man as proper and convenient as him. After all, it's not easy to find a man who would willingly go out of his way to make sure the queen's reputation would not be diminished. This puts the queen into some deep thoughts, but Fadio tells her that she should not be the one to doubt her own husband. Instead, he will keep an eye on Yama to see if there's anything suspicious with our hero. Aura agrees with him and apologizes for troubling him with so much work. Fadio simply goes along with this and says that it has indeed been nothing but trouble ever since he became the queen's secretary. Aura does not say anything to this because she knows she is guilty, but she shifts to the real matter at hand, which is to penalize all the nobles for not paying their taxes on time or as per the correct amount. There are quite a few names who have messed up on a massive scale, so the queen does not want to spare them at all. However, Fadio tells her that it has become a normal practice to ignore crimes such as these, no matter how bad they may be. After all, if Aura gets too rough with them, then it may lead to a revolt. She knows this, so she figures that they can just use these files as dirt on the nobles, which they can use to reach a compromise when needed. Fadio adds that all the men she has mentioned are the ones who had done a lot during the previous war. Aura knows this, but that's the reason why it's even more of a problem for her. Of course, friction between the royal palace and the lords could not be avoided, and even though Aura knows that she should control herself and not damage anyone's honor or prestige, what is illegal is still illegal, so she will make sure to have the nobles pay some kind of penalty for this. Fadio does not want the queen to make a rash decision, so he offers a solution wherein he will inform the nobles about the discrepancies in their numbers. This will allow him to ask the nobles to cooperate as per their own discretion, so as not to cause such an issue again. This does seem fair to Aura, so she leaves it all to Fadio as he knows best how to deal with this situation. Now we move back to our hero Yama as he waits for his tutor to show up. The party is only a month away from today, so he needs to do his best for Aura, no matter what. Now, he remembers what was taught to him about not speaking to a lower class person before they first speak to him. However, he also has to take care not to say anything rude, so he is caught in an odd place where he has no idea how to speak to his own tutor. Soon enough, Octavia is brought to the scene, so our hero is asked if he would like her to enter. Yama tries to activate alpha mode as he makes a straight face and allows Octavia to come in. She walks into the room and says it's a pleasure to meet Yama, after which she gives her own introduction to him. Needless to say, she is very pretty and also has proper manners, as she bows down to our hero and says that she will do her best to teach him the ways of her kingdom. Octavia also says that she is not very literate or experienced, so she will try to live up to our hero's expectations. Of course, Yama finds it hard to believe such a thing, because he knows that such a woman is a hard find. Modesty must be a virtue here, as our hero now realizes what Aura had meant when she said that Octavia is a model lady. Now, Yama examines Octavia's body and notices that her hair is straight and black, which makes it shine in the light. On top of that, her skin is so pale that he would not even believe that she is from here. Of course, this is not the time to get caught up in her looks, so Yama puts his intrusive thoughts to rest and raises his head. Now he gives an intro of his own and states that he wants their acquaintance to be on good terms, no matter how long it may last. Octavia simply says that Yama is honoring her with his words, so he has her sit down. He wants to know what she will be teaching him today, but she is actually taken aback by his request to have her sit down. Anyway, Octavia says that she will teach Yama about the history of this kingdom of Capua as well as magic. Of course, this needs to be done a bit at a time, and our hero also needs to learn about the attitude, manners, and basic knowledge of Capua. Octavia says that manner and knowledge can't be learned by word of mouth, so she will need to show him how it's done. In order to do this, she will be having lunch with Yama from now on, because both manners and basic knowledge come in handy at the dining table. Our hero gets why she's saying this, but he becomes a bit nervous because he doesn't want his tutor to watch him eat. Anyway, he approves of this method and will review how good it actually is. Now, Octavia starts her lesson by reminding Yama about how he got up to greet her when she entered the room. He becomes conscious because even though Octavia felt honored by his gesture, he should not stand up to greet someone who is of a lower class. If he does so, then the other person will think poorly of him. On top of that, he had also asked her to sit down, even while he was standing, which is a kindness way too grand for someone like her. Yama has no idea why he needs to learn these things, but Octavia states that it's important for him as a royal to behave in a subtler way. He understands what she means, but it will be hard for our hero to do this, because he is still stuck up in the ways he would be submissive to his boss's back when he was a salaryman. He keeps telling himself that he is royalty, and then Octavia proceeds to teach him some magic. Yama is too kind again when he says please, so Octavia has to correct him once again. She kicks things off with the basics of magic, which begins with the fact that there are two types of magic. One type is the magic of the four elements that almost anyone can use, and the other type is bloodline magic, which only people from a specific bloodline can use. Yama figures that the normal magic has to do with elements like fire, water, earth, and wind, while bloodline magic is like the space-time spell that Aura had cast to get him here. However, Octavia maintains that the main difference between bloodline magic and elemental magic is the fact that only certain people can use the former. In order to use magic, there are three basic rules that must always be met. There has to be correct intonation, correct perception, and also a correct amount of mana. Yama is a bit puzzled, so Octavia says that magic has its own kind of language. If a person can't use the magic language, then they will not be able to use any magic at all. She has to show this, so she chants a spell with the right kind of focus, and then Yama sees an orb forming around her finger. He can't believe this, because it felt like she had chanted a long spell, whereas she didn't really talk that much. Octavia can see how shocked Yama is, so she drops the sphere, which was basically a bubble of the tea she was drinking. She then explains that the magic language can vary even with the
I guess I'm
slightest
dead.
variation. On the other hand, she can also compress a lot of information in short sounds. Octavia also explains that anyone who hears this sound for the first time will feel some kind of discomfort, so she says sorry to Yama. He wants to tell her that he's fine, but then he remembers that he needs to act with authority, so he allows her to continue with her lesson. Octavia is honored by this, so she continues to teach our hero by explaining how she was able to make a water ball. This was simply by making use of the 3 basic magic rules, and now she will show Yama what happens if she does it incorrectly. She goes on to show various examples of making a mistake while chanting a spell, and Yama is amazed to see that even a small change can make the spell useless. As a matter of fact, even using too much mana in a spell is not a good thing, and the magic will still not work. Octavia explains that using a lot of mana for spells that require it makes sense, but this does not work for smaller spells because they need the exact amount of mana. This is why people with a lot of mana tend to dislike lesser spells and only focus on higher level ones. Yama is glad to hear this, and he is looking forward to using magic himself. But then he realizes that since he has a large amount of mana, he will not be able to use basic magic. Octavia says he's right and states that even Aura has this problem due to her royal blood. Apart from space-time magic, she can only use one other spell, which is an ultimate fire blast finisher move. The worst part is that such an intonation is so long that it would take a few months of precise intonation for Aura to use the fire blast. All of this is starting to make sense to our hero, but now he wants the truth from Octavia, so he asks her how long it's going to take him to learn magic. She becomes a bit reserved upon hearing this, so she says that it will be necessary for her to spend some time with him in order to figure how much mana he really has. Keeping this in mind, she feels it will take 2 years for Yama to figure how much mana he has, and another 1 year for him to be able to manipulate that mana. Yama makes a serious face because 3 years is a lot of time, but Octavia panics upon seeing his face, so she says that the rest of it should be easy as long as the 3 basic rules are kept in mind. As a matter of fact, our hero will be able to learn a simple spell within just 1 day after he figures out his mana. Of course, it's not like Yama is upset, so he tells Octavia that they can take their time, and there is no need to rush. He tells her to instruct him well, and she also says that he is in good hands. Yama knows that he is not in any rush to learn magic either, because he just wanted a bonus lesson on top of the manners that he had learned. In the night, he meets with Aura, who asks him how his first lesson went. He doesn't know how else to say it, so he confesses that it was a lot more tiring than he had thought it would be. Octavia had to keep calling him out on his manners to the point where he couldn't even recall what he had eaten. Aura apologizes to her husband for making him go through such a hardship, but he is fine with it because he has to learn it someday or the other. Plus, he likes to hear Octavia talk about magic because she does it in an interesting way. He also admits to being a bit upset upon learning it would take him 3 years to master magic. Yama wonders if there is any shortcut to learning such magic, but Aura says that's just the way things are in this world. Now, the queen gets cozy with her husband and asks him what he thought about Octavia. She wants to know if the tutor girl was able to awaken his intrusive thoughts, so it puts Yama in a spot. However, he decides to answer honestly and says that Octavia was indeed very pretty and seemed like a nice person as well. He wouldn't be surprised if a girl like his tutor would be popular, so this makes Aura a bit conscious. She asks her husband if he wants to do shady things to Octavia as well. So Yama loses all sense of thinking and compares getting freaky with the tutor girl to a game of baseball.
The hell?
As expected, none of his words are cohesive and Aura is left to wonder what he's doing, and in an interesting way.
Okay, I
His
missed most
manners
of
to
this.
the point where he couldn't even recall what he had eaten. Aura apologizes to her husband for making him go through such a hardship, but he is fine with it because he has to learn it someday or the other. Plus, He likes to hear Octavia talk about magic because she does it in an interesting way. He also admits to being a bit upset upon learning it would take him 3 years to master magic. Yama wonders if there is any shortcut to learning such magic, but Aura says that's just the way things are in this world. Now, the queen gets cozy with her husband and asks him what he thought about Octavia. She wants to know if the tutor girl was able to awaken his intrusive thoughts, so it puts Yama in a spot. However, he decides to answer honestly and says that Octavia was indeed very pretty and seemed like a nice person as well. He wouldn't be surprised if a girl like his tutor would be popular, so this makes Aura a bit conscious. She asks her husband if he wants to do shady things to Octavia as well. So Yama loses all sense of thinking and compares getting freaky with the tutor girl to a game of baseball. As expected, none of his words are cohesive and Aura is left to wonder what he's trying to say. But she also lets out a small chuckle upon seeing our hero's reaction. She then asks Yama to tell her what he wants to say in simple language, so he decides to activate flirt mode. He says that if Octavia was the one who summoned him here instead of Aura, then he would not have chosen to stay. He is pleased with the way he was able to handle this, and the look on Aura's face also suggests that she is happy with his answer. The queen says that even she would not have been as happy and satisfied if she had summoned someone other than our hero, and then the couple acts on their shady intentions. Later in the night, we can see that Yama is fast asleep, but Aura is still awake. She decides to get out of the bed, and then she sneakily exits the room for some work. Now, the queen gets dressed and sits on the couch, after which she summons one of the maid girls to report to her. She wants to know if Octavia acted shady in any way, and the maid girl says this was not the case at all. This makes Aura wonder if the tutor girl is actually here for reconnaissance, so she tells the maid girl to report to her only if she sees something suspicious from Octavia. The queen also asks her maid if her husband has been acting any differently than he usually does. She also wants to know if Yama is trying to get shady with any of the maid girls, but learns that he does not have any interest in any other girl. As a matter of fact, he doesn't even bother looking at other women, as he's happy playing video games and watching movies. He seems to hate it when the maid girls enter his room, so even they make it a point to only come in when there is a task that they have to attend to. Aura realizes that Yama is not very good at asserting himself because he sees making requests as a vice. She then tells the maid girl that even though it will be difficult, she and the other maids must try to figure what Yama likes, and they should make sure to meet his demands. With that, the maid girl is told to leave and Aura is left alone with her thoughts on the couch. She is now sure that her husband does not see Octavia as a shady partner either, and this seems to do something to her. She pours herself a drink, but also feels some excitement building up inside her. This is very different from doing well in her government work or drinking a victory toast, and we realize that it's love. Aura could never imagine being loved by a boy like Yama would make her feel so special, and she also wants to keep him only to herself. Now we shift to Octavia, who has come back to her husband's palace. She is greeted by her butler Sirio and asks for her husband. Sirio tells her that he's in his usual spot on the second floor, so she goes to meet him, and we finally see Count Margus looking at his wife with shady intentions. However, these intentions may not have to do with her body, but rather the kingdom of Capua. The Count says sorry to his wife for having pushed such a request onto her at the very last moment, but she smiles and says that she's actually thankful to have been given the opportunity to teach someone so respectable. Margus figures this is how his wife has always been, so he asks her how Yama is as a person. This is when he learns that the queen's husband is a calm and unambitious kind of guy. Of course, he is very kind as well, and Octavia states that he has a very strong desire for learning. This gets the Count thinking, so he asks his wife who she would assign to Yama as a concubine if she were to choose. This takes her by surprise, but then she smiles again and tells her husband to stop plotting whatever he has in his head. He wants to know why his own wife would say such a thing. So she says that even though she has only met Yama and Aura a few times, it is exactly how the maids have told her. The two of them are very close and seem to have an intimate kind of relationship that goes beyond making babies. Octavia feels that even if a concubine were to enter the inner palace, she would only feel out of place. This is news to Marquez because he could never imagine any man loving Aura as much as Yama does. He goes on to tell Octavia that unlike she, who was born as a literal goddess and every man's ideal woman, he finds it hard to call Aura attractive. He seems to have questionable taste, and then he confirms with his wife if Yama
Damn.
indeed loves Aura as much as she is claiming him to. Octavia repeats herself once more and says that Yama does not have any ambition or thirst for power, so the only reason for him to leave his own world and come here would be for Aura's love. Marquez understands the assignment and says that it would be best for them to support the royal couple rather than send in a concubine. Octavia fully agrees with the Count, but of course, this is a calculated decision and not an emotional one. He knows that he does not have any pawn who looks like Aura, so it would be pointless to send a concubine to seduce Yama. Also, his family already boasts a great amount of power right now, so it does not make sense to risk it all over something like this. As of now, he can only wait for an opportunity to present itself to him, so he will stand by and support Aura's relationship till that happens. However, he still can't understand Yama's taste in women, probably because no other girl in the entire kingdom is as assertive as the queen. We now see Aura in action on the training field with General Pyre. They are assessing some of the candidates in the new regiment, and they seem to train very well as even their mounts are silent. It's time to begin the show, so Pion is told to make his men start their training exercises. What follows is a rather impressive display as the soldiers do their best to land an impression on the general and the queen. Aura tells Pion that he has done an amazing job in training these soldiers because they are all extremely skilled. He adds that around 80% of the men here are fit to join Aura's army, and at this rate, she will have her desired army soon. The queen notes that these men are swift and also strong in spirit, so Pion says that these dragon-back archery knights are the very backbone of this country's army. However, they were also the same ones who bore the greatest brunt of the damage from the last war.
Ah, fuck, I killed
It takes a
myself
lot
again.
of time and effort to replenish such soldiers, but Pion has gone ahead and gotten 80% of the job done already. The general tells his queen that she should not be praising him, but rather the breeders of the dragons, as they are the ones who deserve the credit. Aura agrees with this because the life of a raptor dragon is only about 50 years and a great deal of them were ended during the previous war. It would have taken a lot of food and effort to nurse them back to health, even when they were on the brink of passing away. Seeing this pleases the queen, so she tells Pion that she will increase the military budget, but not by much as she has limited funds. Even so, she would want the general to use this budget in the best possible way. Once this is done, he will compile a list of military demands and present it for approval. Of course, this is only possible because of our hero Yama's genius when it comes to tax fraud. Aura was able to get the defaulting nobles to pay their dues, which is why she has the money to increase the budget. Pion says that it will not take him long to create the report because a lot of military hydra-ups will be in the capital's banquet in a couple of days. This gets Aura's attention because she can see the contrast between Pion and her husband. Now that he has her attention, the general says that his sister will also be present at the banquet, so it would be great if she could spend some time with Yama when
No.
she's there.
No.
Aura does not want to give anything away, so she just promises to relay his words to her husband. Now we move forward to the night of the banquet, where there are a lot of people in attendance. Since this world does not have electricity, it actually takes a lot of money to host a party like this. Instead of glass, the chandeliers are made of silver and crystals of the highest quality. Even the carpets are crafted by the masters of the industry, and the tall tables are made from a single tree. Add the lavish feast on display, and we have the perfect banquet for the upper-class people of this kingdom to enjoy. Of course, this is also the chance for the royal family to show off their wealth and power on a periodical basis. It's time for our hero to get acquainted with people.
I killed
Aura
myself
starts
again.
off by making him meet Baron Pantoja, who was a knight commander in the previous war, but now serves as a feudal lord. The Baron greets Yama and says that his actual name is Thomas, so
Tom
they
is
have
the
a friendly
train.
start to the banquet. Time passes by, and all seems to be well, but our hero is clearly having a hard time because he did not imagine that politics would be this exhausting. A royal's job is to maintain the correct posture, smile at everyone, and use the right words at all times. The worst part is that he needs to remember the names of all the people he is meeting, but that seems highly unlikely. It's times like this where he recalls his time as a salaryman, where taking business cards would be the best way to keep a track of all the people he's meeting. With no other choice, our hero decides to memorize people based on their character traits, such as a bald middle-aged man with a flower shirt. Then there's the purple seal granny and many other people, so our hero is clearly having a hard time, which Orin notices. She gives him a drink and says how she has placed such a huge burden on him, but she would like him to make it through this somehow. The queen also mentions that at this banquet, the only real skill he needs to show is dancing. He does not need to pay strict attention to rank as he would during a public event, so it's the perfect place for his debut. Yama calms down after having his drink and tells his wife that he will take his time to get to know all the people over here little by little. In the middle of all this, Count Marquez and Octavia also show up to greet the royal couple. Seeing them together makes Yama wonder how on earth someone like Octavia would get married to a man like the Count. They look like father and daughter at this point, but our hero knows it would be great to have a second wife as pretty as Octavia. Now, Flora holds his arm tightly, which is a signal to let him know that this person is important, so he should do his best to remember his name as well as his face. Both Marquez and Octavia bow down to the couple and thank them for the invites. Yama goes on to say how Octavia has been helping him as a tutor, and Marquez tries to act humble, but Ora tells him his skills are very much appreciated. Everyone watches on as the royal couple chats with the Count and his wife.
Oh,
So
shit.
things seem to be going well for now.
Hey, control that.
However, is that all there is to this party? Will our hero be showered with more offers to take in shady lovers? Like, share,
You know, I kind
and
of don't like the
subscribe if you
story.
like this video.
I really don't.
Hit the bell icon to get notified when I upload part 3. See you.
I don't think I care anymore. This was an okay story. 5 out of 10, maybe. Remade, it's good. Apparently lovely complex. Ooh. Let's see. It's here English dub writer attacks. Lovely complex. Lovely complex sucks. Look. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted. Dude, Lovely Complex was amazing, honestly.
My
I liked it.
God. What is this? Localizers admit to changing script because the show sucked, and they made it good. Lovely Complex has a dub written by people who openly despise the script. In a now deleted post,
Why?
Jello
Why?
Apocalypse goes on a
Why do they
diatribe
hate
about
it?
how the series' problematic aspects and how discotheque media mostly let them do what they want. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to zoom in on this. This, of course, includes running the rewritten script by sensitivity readers and hiring people from specific groups to join the cast rather than concerning themselves with telling the author's stories. So this is a quote from them. Lindsay passed the episode in a script by multiple trans sensitivity readers and not only made sure to cast a trans person as Seiko, but also to cast as many of the trans actors who auditioned for the role of her as possible. I don't have an exact number, but I think Lovecom dub has like something like 20 trans.
Oh yeah, I remember Lovely Complex didn't have a dub. Yeah, I watched it in Japanese.
Non-binary actors in it.
Dude,
it's one of the transiest anime dubs in existence.
Oh my god, I would have killed myself.
The
They ruined such a good anime.
Trans rights. Well, I'm glad to see that somebody decided to use another person's intellectual property and work as a platform for them to spread their agenda.
Trans agenda.
Thank fucking God. Thank God that the world is a platform for them to express what they want to think with the world. I feel like any normal person who's like a progressive thinker should be very much against this, because this alienates a lot of normal people. This makes people bigoted. It's making all of you look bad.
That makes them
also
base.
further confirms the dishonest practice of Western anime companies. They hide any changes that would upset anime fans because the audience is full of horrible human beings who criticize them for overriding the creator's work. Of note, the most anime distributors do tend to ask that you don't, quote, advertise changes like making things less transphobic. Well, yeah, because people are buying that anime, and that's just what the anime is. This is because large swaths of the anime community are racist, sexist, or transphobic, and will descend upon a company's social media page for weeks for the strangest of things. Discotech added a content warning for one of their discs and got flack for that, so they're understandably a little skittish now. Funimation and Crunchyroll works like this too. TLDR, most anime distributors don't care if you make things nicer or more gay or add more representation. They just ask if you don't want the changes or use buzzwords.
There we go.
Well, you're genuinely not allowed to say hot button words like sexism or patriarchy anymore in most Funimation dubs unless it's already in the subtitles, because those words are words that brain-dead weebs can get mad at and share on various image boards. I guess they're talking about my video. These people are activists. They're not localizers. They're activists. And, like, I'm just really kind of shocked that... Like, why would anybody be okay with this? Why would anybody like this? And I think that really, like, these people need to get reined in by the other people that are on that same spectrum as they are. Because, like, you should see that the what's the word for it? The optics of this are so bad. Like, it takes something that's like, I mean, like, being more open to, like, somebody else's lifestyle, assuming that they're not hurting somebody, like, that's supposed to be a good thing. But whenever you try to, like, rub it in people's face and try to, like fucking force people to like it, and then call them, like, freaks if they don't like it, like, call them weird or, like, a weeb or something like that, brain dead, like, this is just, it's completely counterproductive to your goal. And it doesn't help make people less transphobic. I think it makes them more transphobic.
There's no such thing.
And that's what the worst thing about this is that these people think that they have, like, such a moral authority to make these judgments on other people that they think that anything that I do is good, and anything bad that I do to somebody who I think is bad is also good. So anything bad is for a greater good, and anything that they do is bad even if it would be good. So that's it. They're completely self-righteous pricks. They are. It doesn't matter if they're woke pricks or not. There's the same people that try to do this with other types of media too. And I will have to also say, you know, in light of recent events, there have been some people who have thought that my stance on this also translates to, like, any sort of, like, lolly content. I don't like any of that stuff, and I wish that there was none of it in anime at all. I think it's disgusting. And this is, I want to make one thing extremely clear, like, it is absolutely censorship. But I don't like seeing it anywhere, and I wish that we didn't have to. Now, do I think that I have the moral authority to say that nobody can see it? I don't know if I do or not. I wish I did, but I don't know. But I'm really talking about, like, using anime to spread a message that wasn't there.
There we go.
Have you seen the first episode of Ninja Kamui? No, I haven't seen that at all. My post on your subreddit about the lollipop stuff and so many PDF files showing up defending themselves.
Yep.
Well, people can have whatever opinions they want, and it is technically illegal. It is technically illegal here, so people can do what they want to do. Like, I mean, I think it's really weird. But, I mean, again, I feel like there's, like, such a massive, like, that there's, like, between lolly and, like, CP stuff versus, like, being sexist.
Come on.
Oh, that's like a mountain next to a molehill. Bro. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, yeah, I'm willing to change the mountain, but this is a fucking molehill compared to that. Let's be honest. I think so long as those things have fan fictions, I have no issues with it. I wanna die. Oh, I think it's weird, but it's people's right to look at it, you know? Like, I am judgmental about it, but I realize that, like, I don't have the moral authority to tell somebody else what they can and can't like, right? But that's it. You say we should change Japanese culture, but then you approve censorship, sus? Well, I don't really think that we should change their culture. I don't like that part of their culture. It's very simple. I think it's bad. Like it's literally that simple. Like there's elements of like different culture that's bad. Like for example, I think the way that we do families is bad, and I think Japan does it better, and Asian countries do it better. I think that the way that they handle underage characters in anime is bad, and I wish they wouldn't do it that way. So like this is my opinion. Like I'm allowed to have an opinion. No, I'm not saying that everybody needs to follow my opinion.
That's true, though.
If somebody disagrees with me, that's totally fine.
Very true.
But this is what my viewpoint on it is. Personally. So, yeah. Anyway, let's read the rest of it. Companies like Crunchyroll are now supposedly avoiding terms they think will anger the audience. Even if true, this fails to address the issue. It's not the words in and of themselves. It's the fact that it's an incorrect rewrite rather than a translation. Which is exactly true. That's 100% what the problem is. These people will admit to rewriting the script because they hated it, and then act as though those who want the original work to be faithfully translated are acting unreasonable. The only unreasonable part is hiring someone who despises the source material. Or say yourself as in the ends 50%, it's just terribly done. 2007 pro-trans writing. Yeah, and there's a lot of things that were terribly done many times, right? It's like the
I'm the biggest danger to myself.
Like old
right
South
now.
Park episodes, you could say are
I
like
stopped using that gun, but so
incorrect now. Like, and I'm not making a judge. This isn't a personal judgment. This is just what people think, and so some people at least. My point is that you don't recreate things for modern sensibilities because they weren't written in the modern age. Everything is a product of its time. And in 2007, the culture had a different perspective on trans people at that time. So if you write it as if that wasn't the case, you actually take away the value of the growth of the culture over that time. I think that you're actively like, it is, in my opinion, I think that it's very good.
Well, your opinion is wrong.
It's changed a lot in terms of how it accepts, like, for example, gay people. Like, whenever I was in elementary school, I didn't understand why gay people couldn't get married. I was like, well, this seems fucking stupid.
That's definitely what you said.
In agreement that this is the way it should be.
That's definitely what you said when you were that age.
And I was like, this is, what the fuck? Why?
No kid thinks about.
By the time that I got older, well, they changed that, and now you can be gay and get married. And I think that really the fact that people are saying gay rights, then that should be acknowledged and known.
This guy's capping so hard, bro.
Because it goes to show how far we've come. That's a good thing. And there are still people that are homophobic now. They always will be. They just don't like gay people. Okay, that's fine. That's, I mean, fuck. Like, like, what, like, I can't control their mind, right? I think that they're wrong. But, I mean, what else is there besides that?
You could take the same argument for not liking gay people.
Narrative that it's for a man and a woman. Yeah, but, like, the marriage is recognized by a state and not a church, so it's different. I don't think that a church should have to marry a gay couple. Of course not. But, I mean, a state needs to recognize a gay couple, absolutely. It's just common. Every normal person thinks this. Like, I think that every normal person thinks exactly what I think. Not the church, religion. Well, yeah, I mean, Islam says that too. Then Islam shouldn't have... I don't think imams should have to marry a gay couple if they don't want to. No. Absolutely not. This is... It's their religious... It's their religious decision. But it should be acknowledged by the state. You should be able to get married by the state. Absolutely.
Come on.
It's not even a question. What is normal? I don't know. I mean, normal is everything that I think. Weird is everything that I disagree with. It's obvious, isn't it?
Come on. Okay.
As not true to the original fuckers, I don't care what they think. The trick is to change the intention of the characters to something that makes sense for them while keeping the intention of the overall story. Yeah, these are people that are trying to, lots of sweaty, racist nerd boys got mad about that.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, the Dragon Maid thing, because they didn't want woke politics in their kiddie show. Yeah, that's right. Pretty much.
Gutting all these motherfuckers
Yeah.
harder than your mom,
I mean,
bro.
I don't know what else we're doing. This new opportunity to add new jokes. Otani asks for a more contemporary compliment. Risa compliments him 3 times with 3 pieces of slang that are immediately dated, but from different decades. For the Win is 2000s, Epic is late 2000s,
almost.
and early 2010s, and Poggers, while being contemporary, is also really dated and will probably fall out of popular use soon.
There we go.
Wow,
Okay.
these guys are so cool. Why do these people feel like it's okay to change an author's writing?
Okay.
Because they think they have the moral
Song hasn't
authority
stopped,
to
so-
do it. That's why. And once
So-
people think they have the moral authority to do something,
They
that
do anything.
justifies any action they
Yeah.
take. It's actually pretty simple. We canonically wrote and directed Risa as a psychopath who doesn't understand empathy. Frankly, having a dub come out this good in the end is a little frustrating. Anyone who watched this show as a kid has fond memories of it and revisits the dub and think, wow, it's just as good as I remembered. No, it isn't. We made it good. The show sucked.
I'm sorry for the jolt.
I mean, you could say that for, like, you know, people said that about the Boys comic, right? But the difference is that the
Samuel
show's
Hyde.
better.
Wait, hold up. I want to hear this guy. I want to hear
I think that
Samuel Hyde. Shut up for a bit. I want to hear Samuel Hyde. What are we looking at here? Oh. Oh. I can't kill him. Take a seat. Take a seat, Miss Samuel Hydecker.
Welcome, Dr. Hayden.
This guy like a Sam Hyde joke. Damn. I need everything. Yeah, don't need ass. I just take everything. I'll just say everything. Don't need to worry about that. Bro, this guy's got shit.
The destruction of the Argent Tower is devastating, but I am committed to helping you close the portal. All of our work and understanding of their world is derived from the inscriptions on a large stone artifact we pulled from Hell in the earliest days of the program. We call it the Helix Stone. It is our most closely guarded asset.
I just like shooting shit.
I was obsessed with it. From it, we learned how to manipulate Hell's energy, bend it to our will.
Bend it to our will.
To their resources. It also led us to you. The Helix Stone showed us how
Yo,
to
Doom is so fucking cool.
work the well. I believe it will show you how to shut it down. For years, Olivia has kept the Helix in her private office in the Lazarus lab.
Could I leave now? I want to shoot shit. I just want to shoot shit, man.
Research complex across the chasm. Your affinity for guns is apparent. I'm confident you'll find something useful there as well. The service elevator is at the end of the hall.
Can I kill you after? Can I kill you? 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 Yeah. Okay, you can continue this, I guess.
It's always easy to say this, but like, is this something that you think, or is this something that the audience thinks? Because it seems to me like it's something that they think. This is their own. This is a decision that they've decided. Oh my god. And apparently they've made an update. Discotech has even replied to this. Our statement regarding a contractor who worked on the lovely English dub. Oh my god. We're aware of the comments made by a contractor that worked on Lovely Complex. The English version was made with the supervision and approval of the show's original producers. Dubs commonly punch up comedy and smooth over rough patches, so the end product aligns with the show's intended audience and provokes the intended response, and there will always be shades of gray with adapting a work. And
I watched
so,
Lovely
present as
Complex
little
because
alterations
Tall
as
Girl was
possible. We are
garbage.
deeply disappointed at this individual's lack of professional discretion and will not be working with him in the future.
Good.
I think this is a huge fucking W. Rip Bozo. This statement is so dog shit, man. They didn't fire him for changing that shit. They fired him for getting caught. No, they probably didn't even give a fuck or care to begin with, and now they found out. They're like,
Oh,
okay,
what the
you're
fuck?
out.
I killed myself.
They can't probably expect or know about all this stuff. Yeah, they said they agree with realigning dubs to cultural differences. Well, what? No. You have to understand what they're saying. They're saying that this is what the purpose of having localization is. Because the idea of changing like slang from like Japanese slang to American slang, that's what localization is supposed to do. Localization is supposed to change the words without changing the meaning. But they're clearly drawing a distinction between that type of localization and what this person is doing, because they said that they're disappointed in their individual's lack of professional discretion. So that they're clearly not saying that. And also, I mean, they're probably not able to look at every single thing ahead of time. I think this is pretty much a W. We're fixing it. Yeah, that's. I think this is the best response they could have. Is there something burning behind you, or is it just a bright candle?
Oh shit, I need to put the...
You know that candles are burning, right? That's how it works. Anyway, yes, that's pretty much it. That's what my perspective is. That's what I think. I'm going to be honest. I think these people are doing a massive disservice to their causes. I think that they are radicalizing people against them. I think that they are completely insufferable. And I think that they're hurting the exact thing that they're trying to help. It's like, remember what I said about how I thought that there are
why
like,
did I do
like
this again?
oil unions and shit like that, these like oil conglomerates that are paying losers to throw paint on photos and like paintings to like make fossil fuels look good by painting environmentalists as being ridiculous. I feel like these people are doing the same thing, but they're doing it for free. It's crazy, man. Woke cultists desperate for power and control? Well, everybody's desperate for power and control. These are just people that have it right now. That's really all there is to it. I've not heard about the Jopocalypse in ages. This is how I'm reminded of them. I don't even know what this is. It seems like most of the blame is on Jello. Never heard of the anime. I don't know. Imagine if Painting Restorer's work would say the original drawing was ugly and it sucked anyway. So I made it better. You know what the picture is going to be. Well, it literally says Ekihomo, right? But you know what it is. It's the difference between, oh my god, between the original meaning and the localization, apparently. Oh my god. I wonder, like, at what point, whenever she did this, did you think, wait a minute, maybe this is messed up? You know, like, maybe... Does that happen? This is stupid, man.
Whoa, I didn't even see my life points drop that low. Shit, okay, that was on me. That was 100% on me. Okay. Localizers got mask off, bragging about contemporary anime.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're up here. So once again, we're going to be looking at some more examples of
I love
localizers
localizers.
vandalizing anime and
They're
manga.
awesome.
Now, over the past couple of months, we've seen an increasing level of criticism being directed at localizers, and as they have faced more pressure, localizers have gotten more and more defensive to the point where the mask is starting to slip. They're starting to say the quiet parts out loud, and that's what we're going to see multiple times throughout this video. But we're going to start right here with a remaster of Tomb Raider, where Crystal Dynamics, the team behind it, has come out and made this very bold statement saying that they're condemning the offensive depictions of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices in Tomb Raider, and that stereotypes portrayed in that franchise are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with our values. Now, you can see this didn't go over very well because they have almost as many quotes and comments as they do likes, but don't worry, to their defense would come another company, this time Compulsion Games, applauding them and saying this quote: "Many video games are a product of the times they were created in. As we look to recreate and remaster these stories for modern audiences, it's important to consider the implications of these harmful portrayals and do our part to rewrite new history, not repeat it. We applaud our peers at Crystal Dynamics for the reflections and corrections." And you can tell this is a very brave thing to say when you have the replies locked, so people can't even reply to this main post. But as always, whenever you see a line about stories for modern audiences, you know you're about to read some absolute slop from people who have no respect for their target audience and their customers. But we see, once again, the quiet parts out loud. They are openly saying that they need to rewrite new history. That apparently the consumer is so stupid they can't separate fiction from reality, and bad bad people in games and other media have to be reworked because apparently if the dumb consumer sees it, they're going to think that's acceptable in real life. So we have to rewrite history in order for them to consume the product. It's so weird, and they're just mask off. And another observation people have made is that the community manager of Compulsion Games is this Katie person who has said some very weird comments about Asian and white people, calling Asians white adjacent. Just another example of race being tied into things on social media.
It looks like she likes avocado toast.
Games where it seems wildly inappropriate and just strange, but of course this is Twitter where things like that will be applauded. But nonetheless, we're seeing a more direct version of this mask off with the localization dub of Lovely Complex. This is a big story that's come out with many twists and turns where we're going to see the people behind this dub openly sharing publicly their contempt for this product and openly bragging about the fact that they're subverting some of the messages contained within this franchise and their dub. But before we get into this, we know that the Lovely Complex dub writers were not cooking with their changes. But let's hear from someone who will help you cook, like the sponsor of today's video, HelloFresh. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Giga Chads at HelloFresh have returned to sponsor this video. Click the link in the description or use my code and get free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. Now, what is HelloFresh? It is a trusted meal delivery service featuring a large category of meal options for you to enjoy without the hassle of shopping for groceries. Look, you're busy. You have the latest seasonal waifu to simp over, Frieren, and the latest rev banger to watch, and so on and so forth. You don't have time to go to the grocery store. HelloFresh cuts out the middleman and brings high-quality ingredients and recipes to your doorstep. I love HelloFresh because they offer not only delicious meals, but also high-protein and diet-conscious meal options for people like me who want to maximize their gains at the gym. It's a new year, so whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Thanks again to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video. Click the link in the description or the
I'll make sure I savor this one
that you'll need. Now let's jump back into the content. Welcome back, guys. So we're going to begin with the top of the article saying a freelancing contractor who worked on the English dub for Lovely Complex released a post boasting about his contempt for the original show and all the changes they made. In a now deleted / private post, you can find the archive here, YouTuber Brendan Blabber, I don't know if it's Blaber or Blabber, Blabber sounds funnier, Jello Apocalypse, explained his work on the series and his thought process behind the many changes he made to the series Lovely Complex in the dub from Sound Cadence Studios. So let's see, this is Jello Apocalypse, another example of a very popular YouTuber with a very positive reputation up until now, getting exposed as a really weird person. Because as we'll see with this document that is very long, there's a lot of very concerning things that he alongside some of his other dub
Damn.
scriptwriters did to this lovely complex dub. Now let's begin right here. So it says, firstly, Blabber was not the individual hired for the job. Instead, he was contracted by writer and voice actor Marissa Lenti to assist them, where he says, "Hey y'all, at various points over the last 2 years, my best pal Marissa and I were working on dubbing an old anime called Lovely Complex, or aka Love Com. You might have heard us whispering quietly about some kind of project in old streams. Well, this was it. And going forward, this dub was supposed to be an attempt to really a love project, something that they were supposed to be proud of, this Lee Connors, and something that was supposed to be a big win for the fan base of Lovely Complex. But unfortunately, Jello Apocalypse has a deep-seated hatred of this series and says that they have an open contempt for the source material.
Why does he hate? Is he short or something?
The post, Blabber attempts to justify his censorship and changes from the source material, citing transphobic tropes and his opinion that the main character is an actual psychopath and all-over useless freak. So it says right here, it is quite unprofessional to openly shit-talk a property you've worked on in this industry. Lenti cannot express any opinions as they have an official relationship with Soundcase Studios, Discotech, and Toei Animation. I, however, Jello Apocalypse, was a freelancing contractor and do not think any of those things. I am not speaking for Lenti anywhere in this post. Who can say what Lenti thinks? I'm sure I don't know, but I will tell you what I think, and I think that Lovecom is a bad show about the main protagonist who's an actual psychopath and all-over useless freak. That's a deep contempt for the show that you're responsible for dubbing. I mean, honestly, if you don't like the character, that's too bad. It's not your job to judge a fictional character and try to clean up their act for the sake of your dub. Just create the dub and keep it as honest of a translation as possible. But going forward, so there's the biggest point of contention for the dub writers involves Psycho, a trans woman who's introduced early on in the series. Early on, the main character dislikes her, citing some vague preternatural awareness that she's trans. Rather than try and maintain the original script as closely as they could, Blabber and Lenti went on cutting things, changing context, and otherwise altering dialogue from the original translation. He even says that you can watch the English dub with subtitles on to listen to our edits in real time. That is something we have seen with people like Jamie Marchi and other localizers, basically taunting people to go and watch the dub versus the subtitle version and try to spot all the things that they changed. It's very, very shameless, and they feel comfortable posting these things publicly. It's insane. But here's the actual part of the post saying the Psycho introductory episode about Psycho's gender identity. So it's not like we could write it out entirely, but we changed a lot of things to take the edge off. Nobuku's initial dislike of Psycho was changed from, I don't know, I don't like her, my trans radar is going off, to being jealous there's another girl on campus and not wanting to lose out to a freshman. In the sub, Otani and Risa's end of episode reactions could generously be called confused, but they got the spirit about the whole thing. We rewrote those to be a lot more supportive of Psycho, especially Otani's dialogue, which made it amazing. Clear he was still kind of disgusted by her. So basically, this is another example of these dub writers trying to make sure that the stupid consumer won't get a bad lesson out of this, because God forbid there would be a character that's not a good person. You know, if you think this is a reflection of this character and that
every character has to be a good person
or a flawed person, what's the issue? They're not real. This is a fictional character. Who cares? Like, what's next? Are you going to go back and rewrite villains from different anime and manga because the reader might get a bad impression about what's morally good or bad in real life because they can't separate fiction and reality? This is so ridiculous. It's a bunch of pandering and virtue signaling that nobody's asking for. Just do the translation and stop trying to demonize this franchise more than you already are with this dub right from the get-go. But going on, there's a lot more happening here. So what ends up happening is Blabber exposes what the industry is doing in regards to these changes, which amounts to nothing. And the publishers involved in this, Discotek Media, Funimation, and Crunchyroll, are allegedly encouraging localizers to do exactly what Blabber was just describing, and that is changing things the way they think is best. The way they think is best for a modern audience. And you can see the section right here.
That's the job of localizer technically, but not the way they're doing it. Because they have their different idea of what is good and what is bad.
Localizers as well, saying, of note,
I guess I need to grab somebody's head.
Do tend to ask that you don't advertise changes like making things less transphobic. This is because large swaths of the anime community are racist, sexist, transphobic, etc., and will descend upon company's social media page for weeks for the strangest things. Discotek added a content warning on one of their discs and got flack for that, so they're understandably a little skittish now. Funny/Crunchy works like this too.
Perfect.
Too long didn't read. Most anime distributors don't care if you make things nicer or more gay or more.
I don't want my anime to be gay. That's an insult.
They just ask that you don't flaunt the changes or use buzzwords. If this is true, Blabber just exposed Crunchyroll and Funimation for essentially allowing free range to localizers to change things as they see fit, as long as
calls
they
me
don't
gay, I think that's
announce it
bad.
and brag about it publicly. That should be extremely concerning to anyone who is consuming products from those companies. But moving forward, they would also throw Funimation and Crunchyroll under the bus again in this section, where they say to save money on all the extra voices, most of the voices in this dub were grabbed in an unusual
There we
way.
go.
Usually companies
Perfect.
that dub anime are working on more than one show at a time. If they have an actor in for show A and they have an extra time in a session, they may bring that actor to show B to voice some background extras.
Yeah, just be right
Because
here.
that actor is already there for another show and they're being paid the same amount of money for the same time slot, it makes sense to utilize them in multiple shows. Funimation/Crunchyroll also does this because it saves them a lot
it's
of
a
time
pentagram.
and money, which is a very weird thing to learn.
Life
Obviously,
hack.
from a cost benefit, it makes sense for them, but for the product itself, does it really make sense to be shuffling around these voice actors? It kind of leads to the question of authenticity. Are we hearing the same consistent voices throughout franchises, or are these extras being brought in to save company money and record lines for series that they originally weren't cast for? It's a very strange thing. But going forward, here's another part of this article saying, the centerpiece of the
got an
post
idea.
is when
Shit.
Blabber is sarcastically frustrated that their dub is this good, because he feels that anyone who picks up the show and enjoys it will only do so because of the dub. When discussing his dub in the context of the show, he says, "We made it good.
The show's already good though.
This show sucked." Yep, the mask is completely off. An open contempt for your own product that you're responsible for dubbing. I don't think when you hate your own product, you're going to come out with the best dub. It's going to be reflected in the changes because you have
I see now.
disliking of the material itself. It's not going to turn out to a good dub. We all know that. But the English dub for Lovely Complex was published by Discotek Media, who we'll be talking about right now, because they would come out and make a statement. Not only with this Justin Savakis individual, who we will talk about in a minute, but Discotek Media on their official account said, "This is our statement regarding a contractor who worked on the Lovely Complex English dub." This was made a few days after a lot of people started to discover that now deleted/privated blog post made by Blabber. And here is the statement. It says, "We are aware of the comments made by a contractor that worked on Lovely Complex. The English version was made with the supervision and approval of the show's original producers. Dubs commonly punch up comedy and smooth over rough patches so that the end product aligns with the show's intended audience and provokes the intended response, and there will always be shades of gray when adapting a work. Anyone expecting exact fealty to Japanese dialogue should be watching the subtitles, which Discotek has always presented with as little alteration as is possible when translating from a very different language. We are deeply disappointed at this individual's lack of professional discretion and will no longer
This guy
be
just
working
keeps
with him."
fucking yapping on absolutely nothing. Hold up, give me a second. Man's just yapping about absolutely nothing. Let me hear this real quick. So the floor is lava, basically. Okay. I think I just have to go past the security scan.
Activating laser security system.
Do I like have to get in the middle or something? Ah, I see what I'm supposed to do now. Okay. Perfect. Okay, let me go back to this guy. Yep.
In the future, we will continue to work on future projects with an eye towards satisfying as many fans as possible. Thank you for your continued support. So I think this is overall, if you took it for face value, is a pretty fair statement, and also the result people wanted, the result anime fans wanted, and that is actual punishment for this localizer and what they were doing. What they were doing was horribly unprofessional and not something anime fans wanted to see. So yes, this person suffered the consequences, but as I will say, take this with a grain of salt, because as it will turn out, I don't think what they said here is very sincere, and I'll show you why in a few minutes. But there was a lot of reaction to this by localizers and localizer supporters who were very nervous about the, I don't know, possibility of consequences for bad work.
Holy
This
shit.
user saying, congrats to Jello Apocalypse for not only setting back online discussion about localization another decade or two when it's already an absolute tire fire, but also getting blacklisted by one of the few remaining independent anime companies in the West. And of course, another brave post locking the replies. But yes, they're basically mad not because of what Jello Apocalypse did. They're mad because it's proving the concerns of anime fans correct, because we're now hearing the quiet parts out loud. Here's another post saying, more localization controversy. My absolute best advice to new/aspiring translators in this current climate, find yourself a group chat of trusted friends and/or industry peers. Need a vent? Discord. Wanna brag? Discord. Tweak the story? Soften some bigotry? Discord. So this localizer is saying, no, you should definitely subvert the messages of your localizations. Just make sure you do it in private, and don't let the anime fans, the consumers, find out about it. That's how mask off these people are. It's insane. Here's another one from an infamous localizer supporter, one of Jamie Marchi, that localizer, one of her biggest supporters right here, saying, so someone said something stupid and now the anti-localization crowd want to make a big deal out of it when it isn't. The statement says the English version was made with the supervision and approval of the show's original producers. That's all that matters here. Where this user would rightfully point out a direct quote from the post saying they literally removed the original mangaka from the English dub. In the English dub, there was supposed to be a cameo from the mangaka, and they cut that out because they didn't like it. They literally cut out the mangaka's cameo.
Unsafe levels. Lockdown.
These people, they just say shit that makes no sense. I can't believe you would make such a clearly disproven statement, but localizer supporters, that's kind of what's to be expected. But here's another one saying, actually, F. Brendan. for filling out all the checkboxes of a localizer boogeyman by drying out his undies on the internet for all to see. Legitimately, F you. You are perpetuating the chud nonsense. Well, it's starting to look like the chud nonsense is a chud reality. And by the way, chud is just a word they use for anyone they dislike on the internet or anyone who would dare question these localizers and their unprofessional translations. But yes, again, they're angry because we're discovering that this is exactly what's happening, that these localizers are actively changing the messages and trying to hide it. You're just mad because people are finding out because Blabber was blabbering. But here is a very concerning turn of events pointed out by Scratchpoint here, saying Discotheque has released another statement addressing the deletion of the previous one and asserts that they don't stand for censorship. Actions speak louder than words, so stay vigilant, but maybe this ordeal will make for more careful supervision in the future. So we're going to be talking about this Justin Savakis individual. He is a director and producer who has worked with Discotheque. Here is his statement saying, for those wondering why an earlier statement about Lovely Complex was removed, we need to coordinate some stuff, BTS. We'll hopefully have more to say at a later date. For now, sorry, but that's the pro world for you.
There we go.
Still side-eyeing us. We hear you, and we understand, but honestly, look at us. We not only released the two of the most offensive anime ever made, Violence Jack and Angel Cop Uncut, we restored them from 35mm. You know what we stand for, and it sure ain't censorship. Now, of course, the side-eyeing is justified because after this post, if you look at his likes, it's filled with posts defending the localizers, not only in this situation, but in other situations as well, who are also trying to toss blame on other people, including anime fans, and make them out to be some kind of a boogeyman. Here's one of the likes, saying, localization concerns is Gamergate 2, and I'm really disappointed in how many people are feeding into this. So the comparison of valid criticism of localizers
Trans Gamergate
being likened to Gamergate is a huge cop-out, and trying to write off all these concerns as some kind of a
and I
set of
can't.
boogeymen who are continuing the Gamergate legacy, which is a big talking point for a lot of these localizers who came out of that era. But nonetheless, things would get even worse because users are starting to discover that some of the supposed changes that were not included were actually included. And there's a whole list of these. You can find them on Twitter on various threads like this. But a lot of these changes are being pointed out on the Discotheque subreddit, and those posts are getting taken down by mods. Not a very good look, especially when they're saying that they want to be transparent and they are against censorship.
Transparent.
But anyways, it's another localizer situation. Unfortunate to see, but not unexpected. But as always, it's important to call this stuff out and bring attention to it. But that's going to do it for today's video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect.
I don't give a shit. Let's go. Alright. Do not grab it. The fuck's messaging me? Who the? I get myself into a corner that I can't get myself out of. So instead, I'll get myself into this and stomp. Here. Ah, fuck. Whoever messaged me, you made me fucking. Okay. Doing nothing will collapse America.
It's Friday, February 23rd, 2024. Please like, share, and subscribe. Let's get right into this video today. I want to thank all. Resolve. There's no way you will ever take action. And to just be silent with what's going on is an absolute sin, in my opinion. There's always something we can be doing. We could be spending our money with companies that believe in what we believe in. We could be not spending our money with organizations and companies that do not believe what we believe in. So there's always something we can be doing, but so many people are asleep in this country, and I will admit, at the same time, more and more people are waking up in this country, so that's at least something positive. The Federal Reserve Governor, Christopher Waller, wants more evidence inflation is cooling before cutting interest rates. Markets continue to ignore this, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but I don't think there's going to be any 6 or 7 rate cuts this year. I don't think there's going to be 4. Maybe there's 2. Maybe there's 3. Maybe there's none. But the markets who were so euphoric with the 6 or 7 rate cuts now continue to ignore that there will be no 6 or 7 rate cuts, that maybe there'll be 3, maybe there'll be 4, maybe there'll be 2, maybe there'll be none, but they continue to ignore that we're going to be higher for longer. Here's one from CNBC. Credit card interest rates are at record highs. Cards have never been this expensive. Consumers who carry a balance paid on average an APR of 28.8% at the end of 2023. Interest on a card used to be 12.9% just a few years ago, in the past decade. Now we're at nearly 23% as balances are at record highs. Think about record high interest rates with record high balances. I don't know how people are doing this. How many millions of people in the next 12 months, 24 months, 6 months are going to be defaulting on these massive balances? Wallstreet.com, the housing market is still frozen. If you get a minute, check this one out. I'll just give you some of the highlights here. The national median price of existing homes declined to $379,000 in January, down by 8.4% from the peak in June of 2022. So prices have come down a bit, but they're still way too high. Sales have been the worst since 2 months. The worst since the 2 months of the housing bust of 2010. Let me repeat this. Sales have been the worst since the worst 2 months of the housing bust of 2010. Anybody telling you that the real estate market has not crashed is lying to you. This is a full-blown real estate crash at this point. If we look at sales compared to prior Januaries, if we take this January and compare them to the prior Januaries, say we compare this January to January of 2023, sales are down 2%. If we compare this January compared to January of 2022, sales are down 37%. Compared to 2021, sales are down 40%. Compared to 2019, down 20%. And sales of this January compared to January of 2018 are down 26%. Anybody in the mortgage industry, the real estate industry, is getting absolutely annihilated. And it is not going to improve anytime soon. Bankrate.com today, 30-year fixed rate was sitting at around 7.26, I believe, today. And you look at the price of these homes, this is why they're not selling. And all they can do is hope and pray that some miracle is going to take place and they're going to get rates back down to 3 or 4%, and then people can come in and pay overpriced prices on these homes because they can borrow money cheap. It's not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. This is what everybody's hoping for, that people will still overpay on a home, but they'll get the mortgage rate down to 3 or 4%. Not going to happen. Prices must come down. I really wish that the Fed would do the right thing and aggressively raise rates and slam the housing market, because it is so overvalued.
Only because this fucking boomer wants to buy, that's why.
January was about double from the low in January of 2022. Active listings were the highest since January.
I hope it
of
crashes
2020.
so I can
New
just keep
listings were
buying.
also
Oh,
a
bro,
little
that's not how
higher
it's gonna
from
work.
last year. Days on market jumped to 69 days before the homes were either sold or pulled off the market. I've noticed a lot of homes, looking at homes on Zillow that have been on the market for a very, very long time, and then they're pulled off and then they're put back on. So a home may say, oh, it's been on the market for 14 days, been on the market for 3 days, been on the market for 30 days. Don't believe everything you see or read, ladies and gentlemen, because you don't know how many times that home has been pulled off the market. I'm seeing a lot of this. Or you'll see a slight price reduction. They do anything to freshen up the listing. And so homes are definitely staying on the market longer. Think about just a year and a half ago, when, or 2 years ago, when homes wouldn't last 2 days on the market. Now they're staying on the market much, much longer, and many of them are being pulled off the market, and they'll stay off for 30 days, and then they put the listing back on to freshen it up, and you go, oh, this has only been on for a day or two. No, it's been on for probably 180 days. They just pulled it off to freshen it up. So we're going to continue to see more problems in
There's not a lot of spawns
residential
right now.
real estate, on top of
Come
the
on,
massive
There you go.
apocalyptic crash in commercial real estate. Daily Mail, home
Take a while
insurance
to do.
in U.S. jumps an average 23% in a year. Here are the 10 hardest hit states. Unbelievable. And I asked the question again, how are people doing this? The biggest increase since January of 2023, well, the first state is Louisiana, up 63%. Could you imagine your home insurance up 63%? Nebraska, it's up 61%. Colorado, 49%. Arizona, 40%. Utah, 37%. Illinois, 35%. DC, 33%. North Dakota, 33%. Arkansas, 32%. Kansas, 32%. How in the world are people able to do this? I mean, 23% on your credit card.
Oh wait, hold.
and
I should
then
use my
your
fucking tea.
Home insurance goes up 63%. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. Nobody has ever seen anything like this. Everything continues to go up. People cannot catch a break. How many people at some point are going to be forced to sell their homes just because they can't afford to insure their home? Home foreclosures see notable increase amid ongoing cost of living crisis. This on Fox Business today. Lenders repossessed 3,954 U.S. properties in January, a 13% increase from the previous month. 37,679 properties were in foreclosure, had default notices, or scheduled for auction.
Rule in this game. I mean, if there was, that'd be
in
cool,
January,
but
up 10%
you can't
from the previous
tactically
month,
dodge.
up 5%
These guys
from
are
2023. Completed foreclosures up 200% in Michigan. They're up 47% in Minnesota, up 43% in California, up 36% in Pennsylvania. Not the direction we want to see things going. Some states are definitely feeling it worse than others, and this is just the beginning. We're only in February of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, and we have looming unemployment over our heads right now, and we're going to see a lot more people losing their jobs.
question mark based.
This is just
All
a
right.
really sad time.
Yeah, I got a lot of
in US
tools.
history,
Here's my spool right now.
and who knows how bad this is going to get. But if you're reading the writing on the wall like I am, this has a long way to go. This isn't going to be over in a year or 2 years or 3 years. We're probably going to see a very, very rough 10 years, ladies and gentlemen. So it's just beginning. It's about to get much worse. How bad does it get? It's going to get bad. It's going to get real bad. The president's EV mandate vision for America is in full collapse. You know, the markets, as always, will dictate what people buy and don't buy. They don't need these glorified golfing carts or golf carts. People can't afford these cars. They're too overpriced. The inconvenience of charging them, the cost of maintaining them.
EVs.
People just don't want it, and they're proving it.
Fuck EVs.
And you have to ask how much of your
Hybrids are
taxpayer
way better.
money went into pushing EVs. How much of your taxpayer money went into putting up these EV stations that nobody's using?
I'm scared.
And this market is going to be in big trouble. And when you read some more of the news, like today on Fox Business, Rivian to lay off 10% of salaried staff. Their stock today, last I checked, was down to $10.16. I believe at one point it was up at $175, down an additional 11% today. So $10.16 from a stock that was at 175. Lucid was $3.02, down 2.11% today. At one point, it was at $58.05 back in February 18th of 2021.
That just avoid.
These companies are collapsing. And what will these people do who bought these cars when they go out of business? How will you repair these cars?
Okay, let me go.
How will you maintain these cars? How would you even sell a car? They're going at some point to probably go out of business. People don't want this stuff. They don't want the glorified golf carts. They don't want to pay for them. In fact, I think these cars are ugly. They're inconvenient. They're unreliable. And America has spoken. And these companies are more than likely going to go out of business.
Whoa.
And look, that's what the market dictates. If you don't have a product that people can afford, that they don't want, that they're not interested in, it just doesn't work. And think about how many of these companies would already be gone if it wasn't for all these government subsidies, all of these government rebates. If you bought a car, you get $7,500 off. They were doing everything to promote this. They were doing everything on television, on all these channels, all these business channels, getting you to buy the stocks, to buy the vehicles. And you know, boy, this is great. And how could you live without one of these? Well, guess what? People can live without EVs. In fact, it's much easier to live without an EV. Here's one from the hedge today. Peter Schiff, household debt highest in nation
Peter Schiff, another
history.
fucking boomer.
I thought it was a booming economy. He says here, if the economy was so good, they wouldn't have to depend on credit. And guess what? Probably 90% of this country is depending on credit. He was asked why the job report last month was so good. Peter said, because people are forced to take on 2 or 3 jobs because prices are going up faster than their paychecks. Their paychecks are not going up, but the prices of everything is. We've been replacing full-time jobs with part-time jobs. Peter went on to say inflation far from being solved, and it's going to get much worse. And I think Peter Schiff is spot on. He's most people on the television for sure. Jamie Dimon sells 822,000 shares of JP Morgan for the first time as stock hits all-time high. Did this yesterday.
That was holy shit! I got 5 stars because of that.
Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, Jamie Dimon, the list goes on, are dumping so much stock. Warren Buffett, they're dumping all this stock. They're sitting on massive amounts of cash. What do they know that the average person doesn't? Why are they getting out when they're telling everybody to get in?
It's instant.
They're telling you to buy, and buy, and the big whales, the big fish, are getting out. They're dumping. They're going to cash. They're stacking up piles of cash because they know that things are about to go on sale, that these markets at some point they're going to pull the rug out, and the big guys, the big players will be long gone, waiting to scoop up your houses, your businesses, your land. I'm just so good at this game. What the fuck? Here's another one from the hedge. Absolutely crazy.
My hand hurts.
LA office tower to be torn down for just 30 new EV charging stations. 8121 Van Nuys Boulevard. You have a 68,000 square foot commercial building, office building, slated for demolition. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to possibly put up a charging station. This is unbelievable. We are now watching buildings be torn down, demoed to put in tennis courts, and EV charging stations. We're now seeing these buildings go 80, 90% from what they were worth just a few years ago. I mean, this is unbelievable. Have you ever seen anything like this in your life? Did you ever think you would ever see anything like this in your life? We're talking
Fight Boomer, I need to hear
Los
Sam
Angeles.
Hyde.
An archival lab deep within this facility. Few have ever seen the stone. But if you came to us for a reason, you might be able to see something in it we haven't.
Dude, how long is this game? Done like a good while in it. Speaking of that, Sam Hyde. Let's watch Sam Hyde instead. Why only ugly people care about nepotism? That is true, sadly. And I hate nepotism.
Oh my God! When people like crush your hand with a handshake, chest up, shoulders back, show up in a clean suit.
Black, navy, gray, brown, tan.
Sir, I'm really happy to be with this company. I'm not gonna let you down.
You cannot mess up.
People complaining about nepotism, but I guarantee they're ugly. Creator ego, you gotta not have
That is true,
You'll
not
be
gonna
a
lie.
shark swimming through. You wanna have a small footprint. 48 laws of being the man. 48 laws for kids. You don't want to put people off with your creepy energy. Ugly, unlikable, can't do nothing. Got his eyes wide open. Robert Greene.
Oh boy, this is fun. This is strong.
I'm a 29-year-old structural engineer going to get my PE license
Holy
within
shit.
a year. I want to start a business, but I have no idea where to start. I have the charisma of a turd. Boss in the satellite office has gaslit others to get rid of me. What do I do?
You gotta have charisma no matter what line of work you're in. Doesn't matter if you work with numbers or you can't be so
Unlikable.
low charismatically that some guy can game theory you out of the company with his moves. That's pretty funny.
You know, let's just say you get your license, it just happens to get out of the place.
And that's just reality. If you're gonna start a business on your own, pretty hard to do that if you don't have like a network of connections to refer back
That
to
is
and draw
true.
from for talent and look to for advice and sell to, etc. So you want a network of people, which is people that like you, and usually typically
Shit.
you get that by working in a field for 10 years or 5 to 10 years and being likable. So you're going into age 30 and you don't have
Oh
that.
shit, dude,
That's
my
a
internet
necessary
turned off.
component in certain types
Whoops.
of businesses. I don't know how much of
Stayed playing Doom.
how much of whatever it is that you hope to do is something you can do via email. A lot of stuff requires face-to-face interaction and likability. So this little scenario where the guy is campaigning to get you ousted it's not a good sign. You can't be unlikable. It'll ruin your life.
Also, guys, get nepotistic and familial. Americans are uniquely bootstrap obsessed detrimentally.
Yeah, call that being bootstrap obsessed. That's a dumb man's game. Oh my God! People complaining about nepotism, just low vibrational. Nepotism means that your parents were so cool and so much fun to be around that the people they work with want you around too. Yeah, that's a good thing. There's just a sick obsession. It's like, and it's all ugly people too. Now kind of everybody's in that camp. Like everybody's like, oh, nepotism's terrible. I hate nepotism. The people who started that, I guarantee they're ugly. Like the first people that started complaining about nepotism, they were ugly. Okay, they were busted.
Let me just return to my
busted in
menu.
the face.
Except-
I don't think it's fair that,
Give me a
that
second.
he's got a job opportunity. Why can't I have one?
I totally forgot about it. Dude. I'll put this in.
Puerto Rican. Me cago en la madre. Me cago en la madre, which translates to I shit on the mother. Here is the longer version. Me cago en la madre que te parió. Me cago en la madre que te parió, which translates to I shit on the mother that gave birth to you. That's all for today. Adios. Let's learn.
Yuta is always busy after school, as he has no problems helping his classmates out with their problems, regardless of what they might be. Though Yuta would like to think that he's popular, the truth is that he is a loner. His deceased parents told him to always be kind to others, and good friends would follow. Yuta counts how many times he's been nice to people, hoping that God would take notice of his good deeds. What keeps Yuta going is knowing that his girlfriend Yumi will always be there for him. Yuta is a person with no friends, no relatives, and no Legos. Yumi is the only one keeping them together. He wonders why Yumi asked to see him so suddenly. Noticing that there are rain clouds in the sky, he decides to bring an umbrella just in case. Yumi waits behind the school building, knowing that Yuta is taking a long time because he likely could not say no to someone in need of help. Yumi fell in love with him because of that, but at the same time, she thinks that's the reason why he didn't turn down her confession. However, this makes Yuta a rather passive individual, and Yumi is almost always the person who initiates their dates. Because of this, she has a rather devious and questionable idea. When Yuta arrives, Yumi tells him that she wants to break up, as she has fallen in love with someone else. Yuta is stunned into silence as rain starts falling on his shoulders. Just as Yumi planned, Yuta looks upset, and she hopes that this will make him more proactive. Yumi starts talking at length about the hot new model boyfriend she found, and she also complains about how she never knows what Yuta is thinking. She hopes that this will finally encourage Yuta to fight for her or hold her tight and beg her not to leave. Things often never go according to plan. Yuta accepts the breakup without a fight. Yuta ultimately blames himself for why things ended up this way, but he notices that Yumi seems to be more hurt than he is. He promises not to tell anyone that things ended this way. He hands her his umbrella, and he runs away while hoping her all the best. Yuta thinks he just wasn't nice enough to her, and that's why she left him. Regardless, Yuta strives to continue being nice. This is how his first winter of his freshman year came to an end. When spring rolls around, Aya, an underclassman of Yuta's, waits for him outside of school. She hopes that he will notice that she is using the keychain he gave her. Only 4 months have passed since Yuta and Yumi broke up, so Aya doesn't expect him to be completely over the relationship. At the very least, she wants to spend as much time with him as possible. Aya pounces on Yuta and playfully asks what song he is listening to. It turns out to be a love song by a band named Saba Fiction, which she finds funny considering the gloomy look he had on his face. Yuta is rather troubled by how familiar Aya is acting around him, considering how popular she is with the rest of the school. Aya teases that if he keeps making such a gloomy face, he won't just be able to get a girlfriend, he'll be unable to get any friends at all. Yuta doesn't have it in him to talk back, so all he says is sorry. Aya finds that his habit of always saying sorry is the reason why people think that he is unsociable. Yuta considers all this a personal attack on himself, and he wonders why Aya is being so mean to him. He thinks back to all the good deeds he did that he listed down, and he believes that he just wasn't nice enough. Yuta has to deal with his ex in class, and now he has a junior who criticizes his every move. Exhausted, he decides to see his Oshi to treat himself. Yuta joins his friend Sakamoto at Maid Cafe, but the maid they are here to see, Ruri, is currently preoccupied. Yuta and Sakamoto decide to wait. Sakamoto exclaims that Ruri is well worth it, as she is the best sadistic maid in the city. Ruri strolls in, cheerfully calling them both filthy pigs. Ruri is a massive hit, especially with the more masochistic guests. Yuta does his best to act nice and moderate in front of her. However, as Ruri delivers a glass of juice to Yuta's table, she remarks that it isn't very fun insulting him, as he never shows any reaction. The other guests are jealous that Ruri calls Yuta a slave and not a pig like they are. Ruri smiles and tells them that Yuta is her one and only slave, mostly because he never reacts to anything she says. Yuta seems to be unaware that her mean streak is most probably an act, and he is genuinely hurt by her words. He distinctly remembers when she was much more docile, and he concludes that she started being mean to him because she became more popular. Ruri tells him to look her in the eye when she talks to him. Yuta can hear her, but he doesn't know what to say. He always followed his parents' teachings to always be kind to others. He never said no to anyone because that was his idea of kindness, but he has gotten nothing from it but hurtful words. Ruri's words ring in his head like a bell. He's just a slave. He suddenly stands up and yells at Ruri, claiming that she wasn't the maid that he grew to adore. He leads his money for the bill and leaves, leaving Ruri in a state of confusion. She was just doing her job. Yuta yanks his hand away, having had enough of her. He says goodbye, and he ignores her on the way out. Deep down, Yuta feels relieved. He concludes that there is something fundamentally wrong with his idea of kindness, as it has led to nothing but hardships in his social life. His approach to kindness was all wrong. He was treating it as a way to inflate his ego. He once asked his mother what she liked about him, and she replied that it was when he became angry when needed. This didn't register in Yuta's brain at his age. He thought that getting angry would only lead people to get mad at you. Yuta decides to change his outlook, and he starts by cutting his bangs. He takes it a step further by undergoing a complete makeover. He gets a new haircut, switches to contacts, and buys new clothes. By the end of summer break, Yuta becomes a completely new person. Aya complains about the heat, but she is happy to finally see Yuta again. Her friends notice her love struck and encourage her to hurry up and confess already. Though Aya wants to confess, she lacks the self-confidence to do so, and she is worried that she might ruin her friendship with Yuta. After making sure she looks cute, she drops by Yuta's classroom, only to learn that he has already gone home. He usually waits for her, so she finds it strange that he went ahead without her. Ayat is worried that he might not be feeling well, so she makes it her mission to make him feel better. She finds him on the road, and despite his new haircut, she recognizes him based on the shape of his ear. This is the power of love, apparently. Aya runs up to Yuta and hugs him from behind, though he tells her right away that she is hurting him. Aya notices his image change and teasingly asks if he's looking for a girlfriend. That's a role that she wouldn't mind filling for him. Yuta tells Aya to shut up and that she is so noisy that it is annoying to hear. Ayat is unsettled by how blunt and hurtful Yuta's words are. When she asks him about his new look, Yuta believes that she is making fun of him, and he tells her not to make light of people's efforts. Aya isn't used to this kind of reaction from him. Yuta, seeing her fall silent, retorts that he's only acting this way because she's been acting like this the whole time. Aya looks up, and she frowns. Yuta thought that she was simpler than that. He accuses her of insulting and mocking him this entire time, but Aya claims that it was not her intention to do so, and she apologizes. When Aya starts to cry, Yuta thinks that she's just trying to get out of this situation. Even Yuta doesn't know why she's crying. He would have preferred if she just stayed the same happy-go-lucky girl he knew. He shakes her hand off and leaves her on the pavement. He has completely resolved to break ties with her, his ex, and his favorite maid. Yuta has made the decision to cut ties with the 3 girls he was closest to. To that end, he underwent a dramatic change over the summer break. 5 hours ago, Yuta walked through the halls of his school to debut his new look, and the look was so good that girls started to take notice of him. Yuta doesn't know why though. He had no friends to ask if his look was good, but he likes his new look regardless. As Yuta enters his classroom, his classmates have trouble recognizing who he is. The moment he sits down, his classmate realizes who he is. The verdict is unanimous. Yuta looks great. Yuta can't help but crack a smile, knowing that relative strangers think that he looks good. He knows for a fact that his efforts to rebrand himself have paid off. He considers this makeover to be his first real step towards changing his life. Despite this, Yuta notices that no one is coming to talk to him. He had been so focused on pleasing others that he never made an effort to form more meaningful relationships. One person approaches Yuta, and he had almost expected her to. It's Yumi, the person who triggered this entire change. Yumi currently works as a model, and is an extremely recognizable figure, both inside and outside of school. While everyone thinks of Yumi as their dream girl, Yuta considers her nothing more than a villainous girl. Incidentally, his relationship with Yumi was a secret due to her status as a high-profile model. Yumi comments on Yuta's image change and how it doesn't change anything beneath the surface. Normally, Yuta would have taken the verbal lashing without batting an eye, but he is different from the person he was a month ago. He talks back to her, openly revealing that the two were dating to the rest of the class. The entire class is shocked by this stunning revelation. When Yumi tries to tell him that he was mistaken, Yuta claims that she cheated on him. This causes even more of an uproar. Yuta thought that being in a public relationship would harm Yumi's modeling career, so he never mentioned it to anyone. But now, it's a different story. Public opinion quickly turns against Yumi in the classroom as she tries to calm the others down. However, some are still unsure of what to believe. Regardless of what they do believe, Yuta is certain that Yumi must be feeling very uncomfortable. Yuta considers his job complete and his final farewell to Yumi by publicly humiliating her in front of the class. The next day, Yuta's homeroom teacher reveals that Yumi will be absent due to some health issues. Yuta had expected things to turn out this way. His relationship with Yumi is severed, and he no longer plans to visit Ruri at the maid cafe. The only person left to sever ties with is Aya. Yuta ignores Aya's cries for forgiveness, adamant that he has changed for the better. His new goal is to make friends. At least, that was the plan. Yuta finds it difficult to start a conversation. He notices one of his classmates reading a fashion magazine that he is familiar with. However, just as Yuta tries to approach him, Kadayama's friend goes to him with some love trouble. Katayama advises him to just hurry up and make up with her. In the end, Yuta was unable to talk to anyone. He would have been able to talk to Katayama, but he found it difficult to slip into the conversation. However, their conversation made him realize that he's never had an argument with anyone. Yuta wonders if his recent interactions with the other girls could be considered a fight. He thought that he had changed, but he starts to question if the way he handled things was the best way. That evening, Yuta exercises in his room. He never did so in the past, but now he finds it a little fun. This is proof positive that all broken-hearted men eventually become gym bros. Yuta looks at himself in the mirror. He doesn't even remember why he changed to begin with, and he finds himself rather unhappy about it. Something is wrong, but he doesn't know what. Yuta wakes up the next morning, striving to become a better him than yesterday. Yuta resolves not to stay a shy introvert forever, and he decides to approach Katayama regarding their mutual interests. Yuta brushes aside any hesitations. On the way to school, Yuta sees someone rather unexpected. He didn't expect her to approach him at all, yet here she is now. Aya is standing before him as though nothing had happened the day before. Aya asks Yuta for one more chance to make things right. Aya asks Yuta for one last chance to be by his side. When he asks her why, she explains that he was her first love. A year prior, during Aya's third year of middle school, Aya listened to her classmates talk about the new album of a popular artist, King and King. Aya, on the other hand, is listening to the newest song by Saba Fiction, an obscure band that she loves. When one of her friends asks her what she's listening to, her bad habit pops up. Aya explains that she's listening to an obscure band but claims that she dislikes the song. Aya tends to speak poorly of the things that she likes. Meanwhile, a girl named Kinoshita bullies another girl for bringing a small anime doll to school. Aya sees how Yuta is treated due to having unusual interests, reinforcing her belief that she should just keep her own preferences to herself. One day, Aya heads home from cram school and glances at Yuta, noticing that he is wearing the uniform of the high school of her choice. Stressed out about her upcoming exams, Aya decides to listen to Saba Fiction, but her earphones failed to connect properly, and the music blasts through the train cabin. Aya apologizes to Yuta for the disturbance. Aya, embarrassed out of her mind, decides to leave at the next stop. At the same time, Yuta Googles the lyrics of the song, having taken an interest in the band. A few weeks later, Aya rides the train to take her high school entrance exam. To relieve some stress from the upcoming test and crowded train, she decides to listen to Saba Fiction. However, a passing passenger accidentally knocks her earbud from her hand, and she fails to see where it went. Yuta, noticing her in distress, offers to find the missing earbud for her, and he promises to find her later. Aya accepts his kindness, and she gets off at the next stop, though she wonders why he went out of his way to help her. Aya finishes taking the entrance exam, confident that she did fairly well on it. When she returns to the train station, she discovers that Yuta has been waiting for her the entire time. Yuta hands her the earbud and tells her to be more careful next time. Aya thanks him profusely. Aya muses that Yuta is going way too far for being nice, and she teasingly asks if he's a playboy. Yuta dryly replies that being nice is his motto. Just as he is about to leave, Aya notices that he has a Saba Fiction song on his phone. Yuta explains that he heard it on the train and thought that the song sounded nice. Aya realizes that he feels the same way about them as she does. For the first time, Aya can openly admit to liking Saba Fiction, and Yuta was the person who gave her the courage to do so. The two became friends over their mutual love for the band, but Aya had other ideas. She wanted to pursue him romantically, but she knew that he was likely still hurt over his recent breakup. She accidentally let her bad habit of talking ill about others slip, and that was a big mistake on her part. That's why she's going to make up for it now. She confesses to Yuta and asks to be by his side. Yuta can hardly believe that Aya has liked him all this time. He thinks back to all the times she said that he couldn't make friends or get a girlfriend if he stayed gloomy forever, and how he was hurt by that. He tells her that he doesn't understand why she's bringing this up now. Aya insists that she isn't joking around this time. Yuta clenches his fist. He tells her no. He's walked next to her for the past 6 months and never once felt that she ever liked him. He tells her that if you like someone, you should cherish them more. Otherwise, they'll leave. Yuta speaks from experience. Aya awkwardly looks down and admits that she was just being cowardly. She claims that she wanted to cherish him romantically, but never had the courage to. Yuta was the first person who made her feel like she could be herself. It was thanks to their similar interests that she was able to talk to him. Aya remarks that the act of simply liking someone doesn't mean that they'd be happy to hear it. She was afraid that, since Yuta was recently dumped by his ex-girlfriend, he'd push Aya away if she ever confessed that she loved him. She She was afraid that her love would hurt him instead, but she realizes now that the only person she didn't want to hurt was herself. Aya gives him a heartfelt apology, which gives Yuta something to think about. He thinks about what she said, hurting by liking. He can understand her point of view. He understands the pain he went through, and that his breakup with Yumi was mostly because he was unable to properly convey his feelings. He was just a wall, allowing anything and everything to happen. He and Aya are one and the same. Yuta smiles, and he jokes that he and Aya are both hopelessly clumsy. Aya asks if this means that they've made up, but Yuta wasn't even aware that they were fighting. His inexperience with interpersonal relationships is really starting to show. Aya safely considers this his first ever reconciliation with another person. She hopes that this means that they've become boyfriend and girlfriend, but to her disappointment, Yuta thinks that they're starting out as friends since they've made up. Aya's soul almost gets ripped out of her on the spot. It appears that Yuta has only understood about a third of what Aya means by liking him, as he still thinks that she likes him as a friend. Aya's confession of a lifetime has been reduced to a declaration of friendship. She is understandably a little frustrated by this, and to ensure that her love isn't equated to a male friend calling you a bro, she takes one step further. She tugs at Yuta's shirt and asks him not to forget that she likes him. Yuta is too preoccupied trying to figure out this new relationship with her that he doesn't hear what she's saying. Yuta speedruns the greatest fumble of all time by concluding that Aya is perfectly satisfied just by being his friend. He doesn't even hear her say that she aims to be his girlfriend. Aya tugs at his ear and asks him if he understood everything she just said. He says yes. Aya invites him on a date this Sunday so she can fully convey how much she likes him. Yuta replies, sure. Aya performs one last check. The weather is great. Her itinerary is fully planned. Her makeup is on point. Her fit is cute and frilly. It's time for a date. Aya arrives 15 minutes early to their agreed meet-up point, but she discovers that Yuta has already been waiting for over an hour. She was planning to use being early as an excuse to say that she could wait for him as long as he needs, but now the script has been flipped. This just tells her that Yuta likes her a lot, so she resolves to try even harder to show that she likes him. Yuta and Aya hit a local shopping mall. Aya has the entire date planned out, which has taken into account Yuta's interests. She plans to cap off the date by confessing to him more forcefully and explicitly. Yuta notices her lost in thought, and she jumps back in surprise. Yuta asks her if there's anything she wants to do, and she brings up window shopping. Yuta suggests that they get some food first. They head to a cafe and start looking at the menu. Aya badly wants to order the hamburger, but thinks that it would be inappropriate to order on a date. When Yuta suggests the hamburger anyway, she jumps at the chance. Aya happily munches away on her chili cheeseburger, but she feels as though she failed to properly market herself. She asks him if he's tried the burger before, but he replies that this is his first time. He's just glad that she likes the burger. He thinks that it's good too, but he finds it a little too spicy for his taste. This makes Aya wonder if he ordered the same burger for her sake. Aya is losing control over the date she planned, and she tries to get a grip. She has to make him fall for her. While passing by a clothes store, Aya picks out a dress and asks him if he likes the style. Yuta replies that anything would look good on her. Aya asks if he says those kinds of things to just anyone, and he says that he only says them to her. He completely intended it as a friendly gesture. Aya is losing the love war. During the course of the date, however, Aya finds that Yuta is playing it safe with his responses, and she can't figure out what his true feelings are. They're not getting any closer either. Aya spots a shelf dedicated to Sava Fiction's new album. She drags him over to it, and Yuta is able to talk about the new album with substance and feeling. Aya realizes that he can talk about the things that he likes and that she actually knows very little about him. Aya asks Yuta if he is having fun, and he replies that he is. However, Aya isn't sure if he really is having fun or if he's just saying that to keep the mood. They stop by a coffee shop to order some drinks. Aya declares that she'll order a handmade, dry taste ginger ale tingle frappuccino, which sounds like an absolute nightmare to make. Yuta lazily says that he'll order the same thing. Aya points out that he's bad with spicy food, yet he's ordering a spicy drink. She asks him if he really wants to order the same thing as her. She wants to know more about Yuta, the real Yuta.
This is so retarded. So dumb. I was made a day ago. This one's kind of good though. Other one's garbage.
Alright, bye. That was Krusty Nuggets 7000? Oh, the guy that immediately started talking about Jews or whatever? Yeah, that was
like
bad funny. Man, people in the world really, they hate Jews.
It's.
No, I'm not even talking about 4chan or white people, white supremacists, or our fans or anything. Just if you go to like any country, no, just like any country.
Yeah.
If you go to any country that's not like India or China, like any other country, like I guarantee you, if we went on Omegle right now and we did like South America, it would be some kid that's like, yeah, fuck, I hate Jews.
Yeah, like impoverished people.
Yeah, man, and super duper, especially. Like anywhere that's like Northern Africa or the Middle East or like Europe, just like regular ass people, not even internet people. They don't like Jews, man.
I've been noticing that.
Yeah.
In the media.
Why is that?
I don't know. Well, we're gonna go on our African tour.
Why is that? Well, let's look it up. Why are Jews disliked? Why are they the chosen people? First Google result? Yeah, I don't think so. Why are Jews white? If you look into that one. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. I'm not saying anything about it.
Look at the fourth one. How did Jews become white?
Yeah, man. White folks. If you hear someone use the fucking word folks, you're in for a treat.
See my folks.
No. I mean, like I'm seeing my folks. That's a regular thing. That's what regular people say. I'm talking about like a college kid.
Oh yeah.
Or if it's in a headline, if it's folks, you're about to get hit.
Because that was like that's like an androgynous. They turned into like an androgynous thing.
Yeah. It's like the new version of peoples.
Or guys. You guys.
No. It's like peoples. Like Chris, if I was talking about the suffering of indigenous peoples, now it's folks. White folks. All right, so let's read this sideways here. Race by Stephen Gregory and Roger Samjet from 4chan Pole University Press, New Brunswick. How did Jews become white folks? Yeah, right, buddy. Okay. The American nation was founded and developed by the Nordic race, but if a few more million members of the Alpine, Mediterranean, and Semitic races are poured among us.
Among us?
Fuck are you talking among us? Sus? What the fuck are you talking about, Karen Brodkin Sachs? Oh, okay, head to the left now. This is how you know it's a higher education, so this is umass.edu, because the one IQ who scanned this did it so you have to turn your head. Oh, we're back this way. Can you imagine? This is what you're paying. You pay $50,000 a year, and the fucking bonehead that scans the thing is doing it every other side. I can't believe it. I'm surprised there's not more. I wouldn't say events. I'm surprised there's not more events. You know what I mean by events? Happenings. I'm surprised there's not more events.
Brett Gelman's book signing got canceled. Did you see about that?
Because of a possible event? Well, it was probably because when he realized that it was going to be a stretch to get 8 people out there, he had to come up with a reason to cancel it. Yeah. Which is awesome, by the way. I'm gonna in the twilight of my stand-up career, because we've been selling out shows.
Oh, yeah.
You know what they do? They
in a snowstorm on a Monday.
It is kind of fucked up. They'll like struggle to sell. Like they want to do arenas, they want to do big venues with like 2,000 people, which I want to do too. But they'll struggle to fill them out.
Yeah.
So they come up with like reasons why they have to cancel or whatever.
Hamster surgery.
So you'll be seeing me. I'm sure you'll be seeing me doing that. Yeah, I'm getting hamster surgery, guys. my show's been canceled. Really, it was because I only sold 25 tickets. But yeah, I'm surprised there's not more events. I'm sorry for you know, what happened. Oh, this is nice. What the fuck? Karen Brodkin Sachs. Let's see what kind of hideous face awaits us. She's a Karen. She is a Karen. Oh yeah. I love it.
Looking like a Japanese game developer.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, looking like Ishio Takamoto.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. My troubles are going to have trouble with me. Everyday trials and triumphs of women workers. What a life to just have your head spinning all this, spewing out all this nasty grease all day long. Look at this lady. She's got my glasses on. Yeah, she does look like a Japanese video game developer.
So we made Mario.
Stealth mission. Platformer. The gender of globalization. It's crazy that these people are able to make a living. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy that these people are able to make a living.
Yeah, Japanese is very easy names. Everything's phonetic. It's like Spanish. You know? It's just groups of syllables.
What, Chris?
Just how pleasantly simple like Japanese names are. It's just syllables or words.
The Japanese language is pleasant. It's just syllables. Technically, if you really think about it, Chris, it's just syllables.
Just syllables.
Who are these people that I'm looking at right now? And what do they want? Hold on, I'm getting a call about the stream. Hello? It sucks? That's your opinion, man. I don't believe you. Nah, I don't believe you. I'm watching it back right now live. It's actually good. It's kind of mid. Nah, it sucks. But listen, give it some time because I'm going to pull up Fallout 3. It's the most slow-paced game. I'm going to be farming mud crabs. All right, bet. Peace. That was my lawyer. Danny J. Bauer, calling me. It's my least favorite thing in the planet. Spoken word. I think maybe I'll just maybe I should just find one of them and hit him.
I think spoken words can be parried.
In the top of the head.
Can be a parody of spoken word. Be funny.
I was describing. You know, Nick's impressions are so good.
Yeah.
I was describing what Spalding Gray does. Not even. I didn't show him a video or anything. And Nick immediately launched into a perfect Spalding Gray poem.
Really?
But that's how good Nick is at doing impressions and thinking of comedic stuff, and that's how formulaic this silly Billy's shit is.
I've never even seen this guy before.
And second of all, these old white guys, I don't know if he's white, but this guy.
Yeah.
This guy, Anthony Bourdain, like the high-end New York Times, they had a featured story. It's amazing, bestseller. They write for the Atlantic.
Yep.
They write in the New Yorker. Whoever, like they're like the guys. They're like I think is Anthony Bourdain Jewish? They're like the Shabbos Goy. He was Jewish. They're people that are just adored by. They're like a higher level than Seinfeld and Larry David. They're like the guys that like real embedded into New York people adore. And these are the people that like fueled Basquiat and that whole like era of art. But they love this guy, and they love John Cage, the composer.
Oh, the guy who did 413.
So John Cage, the composer, is 433. It's 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence. Here it is. The conductor's conducting this amazing piece here.
It's like if you went to a Michelin star restaurant and you serve a plate of nothing.
Yeah, you go to a 5-star restaurant, they serve you a plate of nothing.
There.
So here's John Cage, John Milton Cage Jr. Wow, this is like it's like when the height that America achieved. Art Deco, Andrew Carnegie. Who did Citizen Kane? Or is it Orson Welles? Is that the guy's name? That's a good one. Orwell. Citizen Kane, Orson Welles. Like the peak of America. This guy, John Cage. It's hard to imagine how the peak of America, the Chrysler Building, how that could go wrong. It's hard to imagine how that could go wrong. But this guy's like this guy, one of the most influential modernist composers. Here he is with his partner. His partner, Chris. You know, you and me are partners. This guy's like a gay dance guy. So
wait, this is John Cage's partner?
John Cage was this super influential modernist composer guy who does he have kids?
So he had a boyfriend, a younger boyfriend situation.
I think he just ended up fucking this weirdo for the last 40 years of his life and making shit like this. 4 minutes and 33 seconds of silence. And there's probably a documentary where he's talking about silence, but he's just rambling. Can you imagine this old bastard? When I get like this, kill me, okay? Well, there's gonna be a phase where
I can't.
When I start to fall off in Big God, I'm gonna be your sidekick. So that's phase 1. Phase 2 is I'm rambling about silence. When I get like this, buy a gun and kill me. And you think about it, really? You're talking. Shut up! It doesn't mean anything. You're dead before you kill me. I'll
Chris, you killed me too soon.
Yeah. Chris, you killed me way too soon. Hold on a second. We got to drink this in here. This is the audio. You're hearing the audio from this. Let's listen and look at the faces.
God damn it.
Why does he just look utterly confused right now?
He's conducting silence.
Chris, I feel like you should conduct a piece.
I think LaFawn, you should conduct silence. Who's this fella? First of all, this is in Berlin. These poor Germans.
You got Righteous Steve with $20. Putting my life and soul into a documentary. What advice can you give for shooting someone?
Oh no! Oh no! I'm just saying oh no because I'm thinking about how tragic the Ukraine conflict is.
The USSR.
These guys, man, I hate these fucks with violinist fathers and musicologist mothers. You know what I mean, Lynch?
His birthday's in 2 days.
I hate these fuckers who studied piano as a youth.
Dummy bastards!
This is totally nothing. That's fine. I hate these guys who soon after the Soviet borders were opened, where their father played in the symphony orchestra, Vorarlberg, studied music at the Vorarlberger. I hate them. This part's like these fucking guys, man, whose teachers included Uros Lajovic. You know what I mean? Or these little fuckers who you see them all over the place. Their teachers included Uros Lajovic. I fucking hate them. You know what I mean? Yeah. By the way, when is Wikipedia gonna start doing away with this? I can't believe that Wikipedia, this racist organization, by the way, does something this racist. I can't believe it. But I can't believe that this is Googleable still. I can't believe it. It makes me sad. I think it shouldn't be that way because everybody's equal and we're all the same. Look at him go.
We don't hear color.
Look at him go, baby. You rocked it, dog. You rocked the fucking house. You rocked it.
Sure, they applaud. Can they applaud? Or is it still?
They cannot. You cannot applaud for this. Well, you can actually. Let's see. You can. Now, if the audience was really on their toes, they would have kept it silent for the applause.
And I heard that mistake halfway into. We got Righteous Steve.
I want to go see that in person and start clapping halfway through.
We'll book it.
Yeah. When's the next 433 performance?
I mean, I already booked the orchestral performance of Ocarina of Time for us. Are you still
I would go see that. I would go see that if I had the infinite time.
Disengaged.
Wow.
Mondays and Fridays at 3 p.m. Central.
Oh hey guys, today's my birthday, and all I want for my birthday is to be a part of a Pokemon trainers team.
Oh hell no, not me, man. I've caught enough Caterpies in my day. Just ask someone else, anyone but me.
Oh, it's okay. Someone will add me to their team eventually. Oh wait, here comes another trainer. I better go hide in the grass.
Huh? I thought I used the repel!
Oh, hello, trainer!
Why isn't the run button working?
Wait! I just want to be a part of your Pokemon team.
Huh? Are you talking to me?
Just give me a chance, I'll be the best Caterpie you've ever had.
Aw, you just want to join my team, little guy.
Yes, that's all I've ever wished for.
Alright, fine by me.
Thank you so much for allowing me to join your team. So what adventure should we have today?
Oh no, sorry. You're going to the PC.
What? Listen, I kind of just wanted to be a part of the main crew, you know?
Yeah, no man. PC it is for you.
But why? I could be your most loyal Pokemon.
Listen, I would love to keep you in my party, but I quite literally would be an idiot to replace any of these Pokemon with a level 2 Caterpie.
Fine. I see how it is.
You know just what to say. Words are only words. Can you show me something else?
Hey, copyright, man, jeez.
I don't get paid enough to understand how Pokemon are ever able to do that.
If you weren't VIP, yeah, I was one of course. Come on. VIP experience is completely different. VIP was different. Regular people couldn't even get in the VIP party after. Of course, people wanted pics. Took a lot of pics, shook a lot of hands, and everything like that.
Released you from your prison to help mitigate those risks. I knew that in the event of a catastrophe,
The thing is, guys,
you'd be the only thing that could stop.
what you guys gotta understand is, I'm like prepared for everything. So, if you thought for 1 second I thought I was going up there and gonna get a standing ovation, you must have been out of your mind. So I was just like, when I went out there, honestly, the booze made it even better. Not even gonna lie. The slight booze made it better because it just showed the realism in the crowd. And then on top of that, I won the crowd back in about three seconds. So I was able to, say a couple slick things, get the crowd back. Now imagine if I just went up there like it's a bunch of s***less incels. You're watching Max on a Friday night, you're bitches. Stan, I'm like, I media trained myself. I come prepared for everything. That little bit that I even said, I already had it now days in advance. I don't know who booed me. It doesn't matter because I was able to win that crowd back. The boo, like I said, the booze helped. Like it made it more authentic. Without the booze, it wouldn't have hit that. It wouldn't have hit as hard without the booze, honestly. And like with the whole event, if you weren't VIP, you probably just wasn't fired like that. Because the people that had VIP, we went in through a completely different area and we were separated from everybody else that wasn't VIP. Yeah, I was one of course, come on now. Yeah, like VIP experience is completely different from general admission experience. Like when I first got there, when I first pulled up, I'm like, there's no way as a presenter I gotta stand in this long ass line. When I tell you that line was wrapped around the block, I'm even lotion my elbows today for good measures. Hold up. To the point where it intrigues you, where you groom something that's a little younger. You groom something, you coach, you develop a woman into your liking without engaging in any type of sexual contact, but sort of mentally grooming that woman who is untouched and untainted into the world, a non-tarnished penny. I figured Pokey would be there, but I wasn't 100%. I wasn't like looking around like, David's Pokey. Because I wasn't sure if I was gonna see her. You gotta remember, just see Pokey. I see Pokey just, nah. So the experience when you're VIP was different. Regular people couldn't even get in the VIP party after. Get a chance to really, she doesn't really just chill out in the public like that. Even at TwitchCon, she had her own, like, you didn't just see Pokey just walking around. Should not be mixing with Asian. A white guy has a kid with an Asian woman? What the f are you thinking? Your kid is Asian.
No shower, sigenda kunava pana. No shower, sigenda kunava
Nope.
When it comes to finding women, I'm just gonna tell you guys straight. Maybe spend less time on Twitch and on female streamer chat. Oh no!
Oh, Africans.
One of the world's most unpalatable foods, mosquito burgers. Each mosquito burger contains about 500,000 mosquitoes and is said to have 7 times the nutritional value of a regular beef burger. During the rainy season each year in Africa, massive swarms of mosquitoes appear around Lake Victoria. How dense are they? There can be 1-800 mosquitoes per cubic meter. Just waving a frying pan in the air, you can coat the bottom of the pan with dead mosquitoes. This abundance of mosquitoes causes great distress to the local residents. In their long-term battle against mosquitoes, they invented these mosquito burgers. Due to a lack of protein in the daily diet of local residents.
Hold up.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown in effect.
Hold on real quick. It worked for me. I'm here.
Destabilizing the core will cause a rift that will send you back to hell.
Y'all here.
Once the crucible is in your possession, we will pull you out.
How many black men in the chat like chicks that aren't black? I thought so. All right, let's get back to what we doing.
No shower, sigenda kuna wapana. No shower, sigenda kuna wa
You said there's a point where you just gotta stop me. We just watched somebody eat mosquito burgers. You're complaining about colonialism? Hold on real quick. All right. Give me a second. Let me pull it up.
Ah. Yes.
Wherever it goes, I always know. No shower, sigenda kuna wapana. No shower, sigenda kuna wa
Want to do anything but work. Go flip some soul food or something like that on the street corners.
Yeah.
Before we get into the recap, I have a confession to make to you guys. You see, my last recap video was pretty culturally rich. While I can't divulge too much into the details, let's just say YouTube Chan is holding a pretty tight leash. So get ready in Japan. Here he is at a backstage meet and greet with her. As you can see,
Nuclear Gandhi is the most hilarious glitch in gaming history. But what if I told you this glitch is completely made up? In Civilization, every leader was assigned an aggression rating between 1 and 10. And since Gandhi was a pacifist leader, he was assigned a rating of 1. But whenever a country adopted democracy, its leader's aggression rating automatically went down by 2 points. Since there was no way of reading a value from -1, this caused an overflow error, due to which Gandhi's rating ended up going to the opposite end of the spectrum, thereby giving birth to a highly aggressive Gandhi, whose solution for every problem is nuclear weapons. But according to the autobiography of the creator of the game, Sid Meier, this was all a lie fabricated by an internet troll who was annoyed that Gandhi nuked them. Meier claimed that there was no way that such a glitch could have happened in the game. But real or not, this glitch led to one of the most famous memes in gaming history with incredible made-up Gandhi quotes. Nuclear Gandhi is the most hilarious glitch in gaming history. But what if I told you this glitch is completely made up?
Look at this VTuber, cute, right? Well, yeah, but looks can deceive. Recently, she got terminated from her talent agency. And I wish there was one reason, but there's multiple, and they're some of the worst the industry has ever seen. They include substance abuse, creating an IRL fan-made harem. And of course, we can't talk about scandals without her having inappropriate relations with the lead talent manager of her agency. He got terminated too, by the way. So if you're interested in finding out exactly what happened from start to finish, make sure to check out the full thing on my YouTube channel. Look at this VTuber, cute, right? Well,
Say something. No, you just spank her boobs and not say anything.
I'm sorry.
I love that voice. I love it. Sorry, Bernard. He's kind of an idiot.
Oops.
You need to stop using your Spank's ass jutsu. This is my ninja way, sitting by the fire with my friend Naruto. Oh, what jutsu is this?
Ejecting us would be a mistake. You're gonna regret this.
Fucking voice you do. Holy shit.
Are you ready?
I'm ready when you are.
I'm gonna kill them all.
Can we help you? You need some friends. Well, don't choose us. We have all we need.
I hope the sight of us naked men warms you up.
I love naked men.
I also love naked men, but in a platonic kind of way. Do you guys know a Ben Dover?
I think it's him. I think.
You better answer my friend right now.
Like I said, do you know a Ben Dover?
Ben Dover.
Yeah.
Is that a request?
No, that's that balls guy shooting his mouth off underneath the boat there because...
This is simply an inquiry.
Apparently he seems to think he has a voice or opinion around us here. You're about 3 TOS violations from getting your ass permanently booted out of here. Don't test us.
What's a TOS?
7 queens versus 1 asshole.
Terms of service.
We stand a strong queen.
You can't fix stupid.
You can eliminate it.
Yep. I didn't realize there was a gerbil convention in the water behind us here. Wow.
Are you going to be offended by that?
Hello?
By what?
So are you offended by him calling us
They kind of
gerbils?
have that net.
Oh no, I'm looking for a song.
Oh, what song in the Naruto opening?
Not in Hollywood.
Oh my god.
You guys are messing with the wrong ninjas.
Holy shit.
You really won't like him when this music starts playing.
That's right, I can't be beat when this song's playing.
Seriously, this is like plot armor for him.
Oh.
Now I'm mad.
Leave it, Naruto.
Okay.
I just reported him to Linden Labs.
I did too.
The wrong
So why do people do stuff like that when they're gonna get reported and kicked out?
Now we know that all of us are not right in the head, but there are some people that are worse off. You know, you're doing a great job.
Naruto does have a learning disability.
That's right, but I have plot armor.
He's been in remedial English for 4 years.
Oh, Gerald McMahon is sitting in the tub.
Who is that? But does anybody know who he is?
I'm gonna be the best card player in this village.
Nope. He has a pineapple hat, too.
Don't make fun of my hair.
Well, they're both.
Well, it's nice to know your head is good for scrubbing the toilet, though.
You better stop making fun of me right now.
Gerald. Oh my goodness. We have
Nice hair, though. I like his hair. It's very Street Fighter.
Oh yeah, like the
No simple Street Fighter. He's a ninja.
I'm a ninja. I'm not from Street Fighter.
You're a ninja.
very ninja. How are you guys doing? Doing well? Good.
Doing
You out
extremely
exploring?
well. Just trying to meet townsfolk.
Oh, do you live in the neighborhood?
Of course we do.
Here goes Viv.
Oh, you don't say, eh? Oh, you're from the neighborhood?
Are you a Canadian?
No, but I was born up north.
Canada's a communist shithole.
It's fucking dangerous as fuck up there.
We had a friend the other day who was telling us about this Trudeau fellow. Apparently he's from Hanoi.
What's Hanoi? I've never heard of it.
Fuck Trudeau, man. He's just a fucking pawn of the fucking crown, that's all.
Sometimes I like to eat crowns.
Oh,
Have you guys met any interesting people today, or are you just out exploring?
This is killing me. This whole interaction is fucking killing me.
They play a game of houses, right? And they snatch up all the good located houses, Linden houses, and they don't fucking do anything with them. They just get them to have them.
I think they're trying to rent them out.
Man,
They want the landlord.
It's called gentrification.
Oh no, I apologize.
Alright.
He does this
You're in for it
sometimes.
now, Sasuke.
sound like you just turned on
Guys, he's
You're
powering
gonna
up. You might
pay.
want to watch out.
Isn't there like a new television show that was made after an anime?
I think it's called,
It's back at the barnyard, I'm pretty sure.
yeah.
He sounds like fucking Beavis, man. He totally sounds like Beavis. Shut up, Beavis.
Well, all good things must come to an end.
Aw, it was great meeting you guys.
All right, Manga.
It's been good meeting you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by.
Have some nuts on your way out.
I guess we'll see you at
I
the
love
clubhouse
nuts.
sometime.
I'm glad you guys aren't snake people.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hope that we can be friends for a long time.
Nice.
Yeah, come by anytime, man. We'll hang out. Shit. It's
All right, believe it. Believe it.
All right. All right.
Bye, guys.
Oh my god, what Pokemon are you?
Pika-Pee. Pika-Pee.
Pikachu, what Pokemon is this?
You got your Pokedex, Ash, or
Oh yeah. What'd you just drink?
Nothing. I'm a Pokemon. Pika-Pee. Pikachu.
I love you, Pikachu.
Yeah. Pika-Pee.
I've never seen this Pokemon before.
Why don't you ask Professor Oak or Elm or Maple or any of the other professors that you know?
They got locked up for racketeering.
Oh, I thought they maybe got locked up for railing your mom.
That'd be your teleport making crash.
Pika-Pee, Pikachu.
Wow. What Pokemon are you?
Nah, I'm just an illegal alien, that's all.
We gotta catch his Pokemon, Pikachu.
Thunderball.
I don't think it's working. You slap, Pikachu.
Hey, you got any food? I mean, get any Pokeblocks or?
I love you, Pikachu.
I'm hungry, Ash. Seriously, you're gonna need to feed me eventually if you want to keep doing this.
Okay, what the hell?
Excuse me, my Pokemon's hungry.
Pika-Pee.
I don't know who these people are.
Okay, banning.
We've traveled a long way.
I'm gonna use Thunderbolt.
Use it, Pikachu. Get her.
I couldn't do it.
Oh my god. Oh crap.
Thanks for poking me. I did not even know that these dumbasses were there. Anyway.
Interesting.
Pikachu, maybe use a long range attack.
Maybe Thunderbolt.
Yeah, use Thunderbolt.
Dumbasses.
She's a really strong Pokemon, Pikachu.
I think she's a ground type or something. I'm not doing anything to her.
Say what?
You still have that Peacekeeper on you, Pikachu?
Yeah, Ash, I keep that Glock on me.
We might have to come back at night.
Yeah, I think we do.
Will they realize that they're banned and they can't? Bunch of dumbasses.
You guys talking to us or?
Exactly.
I gotta be honest, it's a little bit creepy.
Yeah, what the fuck was that, Pikachu?
I think that's our cue to get out of here and come back to a filler episode.
You guys enjoying yourselves in my house?
Pika-Pee, Pikachu.
Pikachu's hungry.
Yeah. There's food. Eat up.
All right.
Gonna feed off your electricity.
Yeah, just you know, make sure to send me the bill.
Okay. So what's this thing run off? 240 volts, 60 hertz, something like that?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just go and plug myself in.
Go ahead, Pikachu.
Oh! Oh, yeah, that's it. Holy fucking shit. I feel alive. Take on the whole world.
Now he's really fired up.
Yay!
Now I gotta find a lady Pikachu.
Yeah, you do. You gotta find a lady Pikachu.
Let me know if you see any.
Oh, okay, I will. A beer? How did you get a beer?
Pikachu, they have PBR here.
You really shouldn't let him have that. He is a child. I've electrocuted him so many times he doesn't even remember where he is. Sorry.
Oh my god. You guys are great. That's
No
entertainment
beer
I had
Pikachu.
all day.
Way to make your day, madam.
Yes, you did.
I love you, Pikachu.
Oh.
Yeah. Pika-Pee. Pikachu.
You're my best friend.
Yeah. Anyways, Ash, we probably ought to get out of here. I need to find something to fuck now.
Oh lord.
What? Get him, Pikachu.
I'm gonna have to use, Thunderbolt or something. What do you think of that, Ash?
I think you should do it. I don't think it worked.
Yeah, I think that's all I've got. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me help you. Let me.
Yeah, you hear him?
Better for you.
Right up here? Alright.
Hello? Can you guys hear us?
Yo, he's all hear us. Wait, I'm gonna go talk to them.
Yeah, we can.
Hello? You.
Hey!
Hey, what's up?
Can you guys help my Pokemon? He's hungry.
What? Excuse me. Get the fuck off this land. I'll fuck you up. Get out. Goodbye.
Pikachu.
My Pikachu's hungry, please.
Well, if your Pikachu is hungry, then he better go catch them all. Fuck out of here.
Pikachu. Pikachu, use Orbital Strike.
All right, Ash.
You guys better give Pikachu food or he'll do it again.
Pikachu.
Good Pikachu. I love you, Pikachu.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yo, what the fuck? I'm
I love you doing too. Like,
If you come outside, we're gonna battle.
They just bum rushed my fucking crib, bro. I'm trying to call the cops right
Please.
You can call the cops, they won't show up.
Police can't save you now.
now. Go suck some dick. Go.
yo, I got it.
What the heck, Pikachu? What'd she say?
I'm not sure.
Take me.
She drunk.
I am drunk. Stop trying to kick me out your house, Keem. I'm not leaving.
Luckily, Pikachu's immune to STDs.
I am impervious to chlamydia and other STDs.
Keem, your back door.
You cowards gonna come out here?
Get the fuck away from here. Don't touch me.
You guys better come out and battle me right now.
Yo,
I don't think these cowards want to fight.
what the fuck? Hey, this nigga say someone want to fight. Boy, I'm not both of y'all asses.
Man, say it right now. No.
One thing I don't care if white people say the N-word.
You better not
If
say
a
it.
white person says the N-word, bro, it's all good, bro.
Did you hear that?
Pikachu.
Pikachu, he just gave me the pass.
Yo, this nigga's stupid. Yo, that Rick dude funny, yo.
We're gonna have to add coward to the Pokédex if they don't come out here soon.
Wow, a new type of Pokemon, Coward type.
Open this door real quick.
Damn, open the. Alright, shit, go ahead.
Come out here, coward.
Be some weird ass niggas.
An orange cloud, Pikachu.
These niggas right here.
Hold up.
Oh, it's Ash and Pikachu. Okay, I get it. Look at Pikachu. Oh, I'm adopting him. Come here, Pikachu. You're mine.
That's
now.
my
Okay.
Pikachu.
No, not your Pikachu. My Pikachu.
I am small and adorable. I'm often
Look
fought
how
over.
small he is. Look how small he is. Come on, Pikachu. You're gonna be mine.
Oh shit,
Come on,
best
baby,
friend.
drop it low.
I will. Only for you, though. Only for you.
That's right.
We drop it only for Pikachu. You like that, Pikachu?
Pikachu, I can smell that from here.
Baby girl's using twerk.
Pikachu's weak to twerk.
Hey, baby girl. Ash, can you pop me a blue chew?
I swear these
Yo,
niggas,
weak.
these niggas gotta have a YouTube channel.
Hey, Pikachu, you too much. You don't get this.
You wanna make some eggs together, or I'm gonna add your ass to the Pokédex.
Wait.
Oh my god, Pikachu.
I got all night in a blue chew, baby.
Don't do it, Pikachu. These hoes ain't shit.
They really ain't shit. Let's go get us some new tricks. I gotta be honest, Ash, I'm a little confused as to what just happened there.
First of all,
I don't know, tricks are bugging for real.
First of all,
Just a couple new hoes for the roster.
Count them up, Pikachu.
Ain't nothing new to me. Pokédex stacked. Playing hoes like a game, baby. If it's a game, I'm Michael Jordan, bitch. Got so much drip, they call me irrigation. You ain't knocking loot, you ain't knocking boots.
Welcome home. Two of the most innocent words that one can speak. Just hearing them put together. Video games. An artistic medium with, unfortunately, plenty of undeserved baggage. There are violent games, gory games, games that touch on difficult subject matter. The medium has been around long enough for many an example to exist, and I'm certainly glad that they do exist. But there is a game that is so taboo, so disgusting, so depraved, and yet, paradoxically, so beautiful. A flower blooming in sewage. No matter how much it turns your stomach, you just can't help but look. Like a siren's song. The Song of Saya. Today on Juice Desserts, horror is often the exception to show, don't tell. The sort of horrors the eyes can see are powerful, but the sort of horrors that the mind can see, well, those are infinite. And the horrors of the mind happen to be a central theme here in this game. This game that is actually a visual novel. Don't leave, you won't be disappointed! Trust me on this. This story is just one of those. The sort that keeps you up at night. And, as cliche as that sounds, I mean that, literally. It's haunting. This story about love conquering all. It almost crossed a line, but because this story never does, it's all the more disturbing for it. I strongly recommend going into this blind, or as close to blind as possible. Seriously, if you're willing and able, go buy the game on Steam. Read the beginning, then come back to me. And if you do buy it, go get the patch to completely uncensor the game over at the Just USA website. Because what was taken away to allow this game to even be on Steam, it ain't just shock value. It unironically helps and not hurts this story, despite just how illicit those things are. Just trust me. Man, I'm so gonna get canceled for this. Some horror stories start you off in a normal setting and slowly ease you into the proverbial spooks, filling you with dread for what's to come by making that seemingly normal setting slightly off. But here, in Song of Saya, well, let's start with this title screen. Unassuming, with a song that can be best described as soothing. But then you start, and right out of the gate, Jesus freaking Christo, what is even happening right now? Hey, put your dick away. It's too soon for that. A normal setting that's slightly off? Nah, the Song of Saya says screw that. We're diving headfirst right into the meat. Cause that title screen was the dang quote-unquote normal setting. I remember a chill running down my spine as soon as I was bombarded with this immediate assault on the senses. These visuals, combined with a blaring, grungy-ass song roaring alongside of it, like walking into an orgy at a freaking, I don't know, Pearl Jam concert. I don't really know popular music. This soundtrack, man, absolutely perfect. It can be grungy, as I said, ominous, soothing, beautiful, or completely freaking batshit, and I love it. There's even a song that starts out sounding like one of the batshit crazy ones, but then puts a stop to it and goes right to normal. It really screws with you thanks to the PTSD from what you've already been through in the story. It's awesome. So, I know what you might be thinking. This is all shocking. And apparently, there's even worse stuff coming. So this must all be just shock value. It is shocking, and it's gonna get really shocking, but it ain't for the sake of shock value. And yeah, I'm mostly talking about sex scenes. As soon as I said visual novel, you knew what this was. Visual novels. As a medium, it began as pornography. However, gradually, these things started developing actual stories to go alongside that porn. You know, becoming actual novels. And by the time Song of Saya was released back in 2003, those sex scenes were on the verge of being on their way out, but were still the norm. The Song of Saya, aka Saya no Uta, one of the seminal works of writer Gen Urabuchi of Madoka Magica and Fate Zero fame. Urabuchi seemed like he was almost playing with the fact most visual novels were expected to have sex in them by making these parts as horrific as possible. Well, as horrific as you can be without crossing a specific line. But too bad for him, he underestimates my depravity. So, that line. What makes this game art, despite being pornographic? That line. A line that, if crossed, strangely makes something go from genuinely dark and disturbing, powerful, and engrossing, to comedy. Over the top, from engaging to gag reel. Pulling the audience right out of taking the thing seriously. Plenty of visual novels, and of creative works in general, have dealt with darker, more disturbing things than this game, and yet, because of that, paradoxically aren't as dark, because they crossed that line. Song of Saya never crosses that line. It comes close, so very close, but it never does. It gets as close as possible, then just sits there and laughs. Laughs at you over there hoping it does cross the line. All so your poor innocent mind can finally detach from what you're reading, from what you're experiencing. I have a name for this line, that, if crossed, turns a work from art to porn. I like to call it The Aristocrats, a classic joke from vaudeville, made popular in the modern era by the late, great Gilbert Gottfried at the Comedy Central roast of Hugh Hefner in 2001, which he told to break the ice after a too soon 9/11 joke bomb. I need a better word for that. It's a joke where the punchline doesn't matter, because you'll probably already know it going in. The point of the joke is instead the setup, and the point of that setup is to be as offensive as humanly possible. It's usually about a family trying out for the circus or something similar. Then, when the ringmaster asks to see their act, it's up to the comedian to come up with something unbelievably horrible, disgusting, foul, racist, sexist, anything really. The sky's the limit. Then, after showing off their filthy, filthy act, the ringmaster, in disbelief, asks for the name of the whole shebang. And they all turn to him and enthusiastically proclaim that their act is called The Aristocrats. The joke being that aristocrats are typically dignified, upstanding citizens, the opposite of the vile, revolting sin against nature that was just performed. It's the joke equivalent of smut, completely classless, but oh so entertaining. So, The Aristocrats line, a name to a metaphorical line not to be crossed in fiction. You cross that line by writing the darkest, most fucked up shit imaginable. But if you do so without treating the subject matter with the respect it deserves, you lose the audience. They stop taking it seriously, and the work becomes a joke. Obviously, this line is subjective. freaking worms in your vagina would maybe be darker subject matter than, say, murder. But good luck writing a story about that without crossing the aristocrat's line and coming off as a weird-ass creep, because that shit's impossible. Well, almost impossible. You probably ain't Kinoko Nazu, so don't try. Not that his sex scenes don't cross the aristocrat's line. You can't write something like her anus is defenseless without giving people the giggles. It's the aristocrat's line. You cross it, and your work becomes comedy or pornography. And Song of Saya never crosses it. So don't come at me with stuff like your Bible blacks or Taiman and Asagi's or something and act like they're darker stories. Not when you go into that with your dick in one hand and a hot glue covered big-tittied waifu statue in the other. Not that I have any right to be judging. Saya never crosses the line. Every horrendous thing here is gonna make you grip your seat, not your meat. Because it all serves the themes of the story. A story about a decent man pushed into doing horrible, horrible things. All for love. So, pull up a chair, because it's time to talk about that story. At least the first hour or so of it. And no,
I ain't asking, so lock the door behind you.
Our story opens up right in the middle of hell, as you saw. 3 atrocious slime-spewing flesh beasts scream and gurgle putrid noise, surrounding a young man quietly gripped in fear. The man desperately tries not to arouse their suspicion, even as the world encompassing him is comprised entirely of twisted, belching gore and vomit. This man, this victim, one Fuminori Sakisaka, gradually reveals through internal prose that he's been living this nightmare for the past 3 months, before one of the squirming hellworms turns to him and begins screeching through burbling orifices in a deviantly warped speak. Fuminori understandably runs out of patience and exits stage left, desperately exclaiming that it's time for his doctor's appointment. Then, the same scene plays out again, this time from the perspective of the monsters. Now, a trio of normal college students innocently discussing plans for an upcoming vacation. Fuminori gets the hell out of Dodge as before, leaving the 3 rightfully concerned for their friend, still clearly suffering emotionally from the loss of his family, at least as far as they can tell. This trio consists of Fuminori's Chad best friend Koji, Koji's assertive girlfriend Omi, and Yo, Omi's sweet and wholesome friend. Well, wholesome aside from distractingly braless tiggle biddies that are like too big to be left to their own devices like that. Where are her organs? Splattered all over the wall. Shut up. Not that I'm complaining about boobs. Those are the sort of liquid spewing flesh bags I'd want to see. Damn. Jesus, what am I even saying right now? Yo, who is in love with Fuminori, had managed to confess her feelings, but Fuminori wasn't able to get back to her on an answer. Not before his accident. A car accident that claimed the lives of Fuminori's entire family and secretly left him with brain damage. Brain damage that has, from his perspective, turned the world entirely into something that looks, sounds, feels, tastes, and smells like gore, blood, vomit, pus, and feces. Meat vision.
It's almost as bad as what I often see. Anytime a woman is near and the voices start talking in my head.
So, all 5 of his senses perceive the world as blood and guts and fecal matter. A fact that he has been desperately keeping hidden out of fear of being institutionalized and taken away from his other secret. A young, seemingly orphaned girl discovered by Fuminori one that has been living with him in his now otherwise empty house. A girl who, despite Fuminori's horrible condition, manages to barely look abnormal. Something truly a miracle, a blessing in a world otherwise devoid of hope. As seemingly the only change in Fuminori's perception of her compared to reality is slightly otherworldly, unusual hair and eye colorings that switch between slightly glowing hues of green and blue. But otherwise, this girl is a perfectly normal young woman. A girl named Saya, the only object in the entire world still human. She is now the one thing keeping Fuminori from ending his own life. He comes home to Saya after his doctor checkup and is greeted by a lovingly warm This juxtaposition of the reader after being bombarded with high-octane nightmare fuel, now hearing something so sweet in a blackened hellscape of disembowelment, it's just chef's kiss, man. And this is Saya's introduction, her very first line. It's perfection. So, after a few affectionate exchanges of pleasantries, the two then continue their work on experimenting with painting over the blood and gore of the house, in colors that reduce the effect of Fuminori's broken perception, at least by a little. Saya even has a carefully prepared dinner ready for him, which he eats, despite that too being unfortunately affected by his problem, and tasting like literal shit. Man, if things that taste good now taste horrible, then he should try something that already started out awful. Maybe that'll taste good for him. Something like DiGiorno's Pizza. DiGiorno's. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno's. Something that everyone at your party will be yelling in anger and I'm never gonna get a sponsorship from anybody, man. I'm gonna die pitiless without even being able to afford having the lights on. Oh, God. So, Saya is, to be frank, a lowly. She's very clearly physically around 9 to 13 years old, petite and frail, and just as the reader begins to wonder as to what the extent of her and Fuminori's relationship truly is, we cut to nighttime. In the bedroom, with the two graphically making love. Saya, my darling Saya, is this really what you want? Why do you go so far from me? What am I that you could give yourself to me, body and soul? Is this merely sympathy? Do you pity me, exiled from society? Saya is here. She is here with me now. Only in this moment is her existence certain. Only when I am joined with her can I believe. No matter what cruel fate might await me, Saya, there's nothing I fear more than losing you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go away for a very long time. They bangin', straight up. At least in the uncensored version of the game. I ain't gonna show you, because if I did, YouTube would take away the only hope I have for a future. That doesn't involve a really tight necktie. It's taboo, the first of many taboo things in this game. Everything about this story is meant to make you feel uneasy, because everything here is wrong. So shut the fuck up, Twitter. It's wrong. And yet, you can't help but feel for the guy. Fuminori's one port of solace and a sea of crimson madness. They make love in what is honestly a pretty sweet, caringly written scene. Despite the forbidden subject matter, Urabuchi really is a good writer, and his Song of Saya is probably the most well-known of dark visual novels. but I'm still gonna recommend it over others. Because I'm just a sucker for Urabuchi when he's on his game, and he definitely is here. By the way, if you have any suggestions for other good visual novels that you think are powerful and don't cross my aristocrats line, let me know down in the comments. But yeah, Urabuchi's a good writer, and that includes sex scenes. Sex scenes that don't cross that pesky aristocrats line, with overly flowery prose and absurd unneeded metaphors. I'm looking at you, Nazu. This hole wasn't designed to receive a man. It's something you write to describe someone stuck in a dang mailbox, not anal sex. So anyway, taboo lowly banging.
Don't say that. Say what? Rudy? What, are you scared of a little four-letter word?
Living the dream. Real talk? Fiction for adults has no obligation to show an ideal version of this world and its people at their best. Fiction that is forced to stops being art and instead becomes propaganda. And for God's sake, writing about something isn't an endorsement of that thing. Get this baby-brained fiction affects reality so fiction can't depict bad things garbage out of my face. When it ain't racist propaganda, most people can tell the difference between what is and isn't real. Which, a theme to this story, ain't it? It's too bad Saya is too non-acceptable to be animated. It's too graphic for a mainstream anime, and too high concept for hentai. And it's pretty weird to me that the lowly parts would be the thing that's in the way, and not the violence and gore. There's even a terrible, terrible US comic adaptation from a long time ago that completely misses the point by making the main character's agnosia condition come and go instead of being permanent. And of course, even that adaptation made Saya into an adult. Oh well, not everything needs to be for normies. Sometimes it's better for something to be spoken of in hushed tones, out of reverence, instead of being advertised on the side of a dang building in Times Square, right? Anyway, back to the spoops. The next day, Yo, the innocent female friend I mentioned earlier, she finally works up the courage to confront Fuminori after class. Even though she had confessed to him before the events of the story, Fuminori never actually got back to Yo on his feelings for her, like I said. And now that Fuminori was obviously so distressed, Yo wants to reassure him that she is there to help him however she can, because she loves him. Of course, from Fuminori's perspective, Yo is a giant pus-spewing infected penis monster wailing at him, so finally having enough, Fuminori tells her to shut the hell up and to never speak to him again. And in the end, Yo runs away in tears as the person she loves tells her he truly hates her. After the deed is done, on the way home, a conflicted Fuminori stops and sits on a bench made of slimy butchery. He thinks about if doing that to Yo was really the right course of action before closing his eyes to the carnage around him and reminiscing of the time he first met Saya. It was at nighttime while he was still in the hospital. Fuminori's condition began as blindness, and thanks to being a medical student himself, he quickly realized what his accident had caused once that blindness wore off. Didn't make it much better, but at least he was eased into this insanity. Regardless, bro regularly wakes up looking like I do after I tug one out to frickin' inflation or furries or something. Just fucking devastated. So, Saya comes to Fuminori's hospital room long after midnight and is surprised at just how amazed he is by her. She's the only thing that managed to come out barely affected by his condition, after all. So, Fuminori is instantly completely enamored with her, a fact that makes Saya regularly return to his room at night. And, after many of these nights of secret meetings, on the verge of finally being released from the hospital, Fuminori lets out all of his feelings and begs Saya to come live with him after he's discharged in his home. A home that Omi, the headstrong female friend I mentioned, is currently in front of, preparing to enter in order to confront Fuminori, all by herself, over what he did to Yo. Something, unbeknownst to Fuminori, had been witnessed by her and Koji. And, unbeknownst to Omi, Fuminori is currently taking a breather on a bench and running late, with the only thing currently in his house being Saya. Now, if you're reading this story yourself, this event is only about an hour in, and if you've managed to have figured out the absolutely horrible truth of just what is going on here, it is tense, cruelly tense, enough to freeze your very soul, because sometimes knowing a monster is on its way makes its arrival so much worse. Welcome home. Normally, two of the most innocent pair of words that one can speak. Just hearing them put together conjures the image of entering a realm of safety and peace, of being greeted by someone who loves you dearly. And yet, here it is, perverted into the most horrifying line uttered in fiction. This game almost crosses a line, and you'll wish that it had. This has been Juice Desserts, and if even one person decides to read the rest of the story thanks to this video, then I'll consider this video a success. Just for God's sake, put your dick away while doing it. Gory games. Games that touch on difficult subject matter. The medium has been around long enough for many an example to exist, and I'm certainly glad that they do exist. But there is a game that is so taboo, so disgusting.
I should not have accepted that drink. Saya no Uta is the frantic brain impulse of a 6-year-old child choking to death on undercooked lasagna. Well known for its body positivity and sensitive depictions of alternative family structures. Imagine it. The floor is meat, the walls are meat, your friends are meat that slap together flesh to produce a sound that approximates human speech. When you go to bed, you pull a thick carpet of wriggling follicles to your chin and lay back feeling the pulse and gurgle of the world, as if you've been a second to the Netflix adaptation of Cells at Work. Now, here in the HR Giga cinematic universe, where the phrase meat spoon has taken on a whole new meaning, you finally see a person. A girl entirely unfazed and untouched by the cacophony of pulsating flesh. A girl you only ever see at night, only ever talks to you, seems blissfully naive about everything, and says enough sus lines to have her thrown from the ship without trial. But let's take a step back before we wade into her intestinal tract. Or worse, upload a color wash picture with her to YouTube synced to just the two of us. Saya no Uta, or the Song of Saya, is a visual novel, the modern incarnation of a choose-your-own-adventure book, only the choices involve significantly more women in various states of undress. Fortunately, it has no animator review, as such a thing would certainly lead to the degeneration of the human species as a whole, as the Vor Fetish Collective ascends to euphoric godhood. our story follows Fuminori.
Hi there, my name is Fuminori, and today we are pranking my parents by cutting their brake lines.
A med student who has recently recovered from a traumatic brain injury. What he has declined to tell his doctors, psychologists, and friends is that his perception of the world has somewhat changed.
The vomit is a very normal thing, alright?
Now, stuck in a world of sloppy meat monsters with a fundamental break in their sense of hygiene,
I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me.
he attempts to move on, logically knowing it's all fake, but struggling to maintain a facade of normality. Then, along comes...
Hey babe, who are we having for lunch?
Written and released in 2003 by Gen Urobuchi, also known as the Urobutcher, for his wonderful contributions to anime girl suffering. The writer of Madoka Magica, Psychopaths, and Sword Puppets, Mr. Butcher has a morbid fascination with death, utilitarianism, and, apparently, the unspeakable abominations that lurk in the corner of our eyes.
Wanna see something cool?
Remember to smash like, subscribe, and provide communion to our growing cult. As herald for those beyond the veil, I can confidently say the old ones will spare us. Though, before we continue, we're going to do things a bit differently this time around. Go play it. I fully endorse Say No Ta is worth your time, but with perhaps the largest asterisks I can possibly manage. If you're into H.P. Lovecraft, body horror, and have 4 hours to burn, I can highly recommend it. Yet, if you find yourself put off by any of the above, or don't wish to live a life of recurrent nightmares, where your only solace is the comforting weight of a gun loaded with a single bullet, then stick around and learn a bit more. Shinji, get into the... The art of Say No Ta is wonderfully wrong. What? While a somewhat typical anime style is there, it's often slightly off, and the times it's played even mildly straight, the eerie juxtaposition with the story elements around it only serve to heighten the sense of unease, of wrongness. The backgrounds are almost a bigger focus than the characters themselves. The mind-melting surfaces we see through Fuminori's eyes are grotesque parodies of the normal world. The people mounds of pulsating tumors, trudging through some unnamed level of Dante's Inferno. But not Saya. Saya is different. Oh yeah. And this makes her all the more terrifying. It's not a new trope, having one flower blooming in a field of corpses, reflecting horror in its perfection, but Saya takes the concept to an entirely new level. Everything she does, no matter how innocent or normal, is undercut with the knowledge of her wrongness. Each time you see her, watch her interact, you've got twists and squirms uncomfortably. It's perfect. By the way, this game is most definitely not family friendly, so take account of that. Saya No Ta's soundtrack is based around the concept of standing at the edge of a party at the age of 13.
This is exactly the kind of trouble I just love to get into.
In a part of town you've never been before, where your older cousin who dragged you out, promising his rare Blastoise in return, has gone missing. Naturally, the trains have stopped running, and Mum isn't picking up. In short, it's a dread that curls your toes and thrums at the base of your skull. It's a wide spectrum of sounds, some of which I'm convinced were transcribed directly from the Zodiac Killer's letters. But the absolute standout is, naturally, Saya's personal theme. Sin, a lullaby not designed for human ears, and it fits her like a glove. It's a song that makes the hairs on your neck stand, and feeds your paranoia for dark shapes and hallways. I'd compare it with Higarashi's OST in some specific respects, with the heavy use of eerie, hymn-like vocals. There are vanishingly few games or anime that reach this level of thematic brilliance through music, particularly in reference to the horror of the unknown, perhaps being the hardest to pull off well. Though, excellent sound mixing alone is never enough. 90% of H.P. Lovecraft-inspired stories are, oh well, there are fish people in the lake. Huh, that's crazy, man. And so am I. Say No Ta is what developers of shovelware Cthulhu games wish they were, with a fraction of the budget. Unlike the imposters, Song of Saya actually cares about perhaps the most important elements of Lovecraftian horror. a carefully constructed build-up, and the fear of something beyond human understanding. These two elements are wrapped up perfectly in the bow that is Sire. Each step closer, every new reveal or bit of information only sinks you further into her mire. Unable to look away, but terrified of knowing the truth. Something our protagonist is apparently more than happy to ignore.
From my point of view,
Sire is cute here.
well then you are lost!
Fuminori himself is no heroic character, his actions anything but. Yet, even has his depravity and sanity slipped, drawing him further into Sire, into the comfort and normal she provided. I found I understood him, to a point.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Humans are naturally products of their surroundings. We crave repetition and familiarity, and Fuminori's senses reflected neither, with a notable exception. There are 3 distinct endings for Sayonara, based on a small set of choices made from the perspectives of different characters towards the end of the story. When the first option showed up, my unreasonably young self, froze. No. Neither expecting nor wanting the responsibility of agency. So invested, so completely within the mind space of the game, I was utterly terrified by the mere act of choosing.
Stop it. Get some help.
I ended up shelving the game for an entire month. I can't say much more than this, as the game is extremely short, particularly for a visual novel, at only 4 hours long. Its pacing, however, is excellent, and the theoretical edge of my seat might as well have broken off. Yet be assured that answers, desired or not, will come. Oh, and the Americans made some weird comic version.
Look how they mess with my boy.
Naturally, it sucks. Moving on. You know what I think, and any further consideration is mostly your own. Horror itself tends to be hit or miss, and Sire is no exception. While it smacked me with an overwhelming sense of dread, only comparable to that of running down a steep hill with a blindfold on, this is no guarantee for others. Sire no Uta is not a particularly new idea conceptually, but its execution is exceptional. A Lovecraftian romance with each raw and horrific implication explored. As a kid, it truly terrified me. And Sire is most certainly a love story, one that speaks to madness, to the mind-warping powers of perception, and the dangers of a deranged love. Fuminori is a broken man, reforged into something so much worse. But he is still just a man. In anime, often this average guy is used to draw the reader in, to fool them into the giddy daydream that they too could become the hero, could be anything, have anything they ever wanted. And Sayano Ta agrees. You can be anything, have anything, and become anyone. Always remember, as you gaze into the abyss, so does the abyss gaze into you. A bit more bite-sized than usual this time around, but that's just how it shaked out. Sire is certainly a hard one to talk about for a number of reasons, and even harder to recommend. But god damn it if our little Lovecraftian mind break doesn't deserve it. Be sure to follow me on Twitter to increase my dread influence, or just give me enough screaming power for when YouTube inevitably bonks me. I also have Patreon now, so head over there if you'd like to support my schizoid takes on anime. I don't know if I deserve it, but I certainly appreciate it. Many thanks to Maxwell for lending his voice to Fuminori. Same for Kirsha, who was excellent as the voice of Sire. They both put out quality stuff, so go check them out. I'll link them below. So, comments from last time. Really good review. It's super wholesome to see Maxwell inspire others. Do check him out, as well as Seth and Mandalore, who are also massive inspirations for me. I've been playing Girls Front Line for quite some time, and I've always wanted someone to talk to about the story and gameplay. But your video makes me feel like I've finally had that conversation. That's a suffering I personally know all too well. I'm glad I could be that conversation for you. I can safely say your editing is helping to contribute to my ADHD. Keep up the good work. Glad I could help. Now let's aim for the rest of the alphabet. Alright, next time we'll be switching up my content and discussing why you should be eating the uranium-241 contained within your smoke detector.
Seeing as I'm now back after my almost 2-month break of feeling like opening premiere and my 2-week vacay to Australia turning into a complete disaster because nobody told me how hard it would be to find a living Tasmanian tiger, maybe it's time for me to actually do something more important with my life, like watch that new Jujutsu Kaisen opening. Play games. Play games again. I was really hoping one of you fucks would tell me that these guys went extinct over 80 years ago before I wasted my time, because not only did I fly back with immeasurable disappointment, but I may have accidentally afflicted my entire flight with the COVID-19 virus because apparently I have that shit now too. Remember 12-year-old you hiding under your blankets while listening to scary stories of chupacabra encounters? But for some reason they were weirdly comforting, knowing that the chupacabras were out there and you were still safe under your covers? Because that's kind of how I feel about today's topic. Saya no Uda. My first time opening the Song of Saya was one of the most horrific experiences I think I've ever had. Not because of the game itself, but because I didn't know you had to turn down the volume of visual novels to like 2% before playing them, so when my little innocent ears were greeted to them, my socks flew off my toes faster than you could say. For some context, reading Saya no Uda was my first ever dive into the wonderful world of literature, something 8th grade me kept at least 6 feet away from for as long as I could, but like my COVID test results, staying 6 feet would only last for so long. Saya no Uda is kind of infamous for its little less than welcoming introduction into its world, which, you know, is debatable, but hey, at least it's not this. Now, I've already made the mistake early on of making a video on something that I actually cared a lot about, but because I didn't know how to write a script, and while not much has changed, I can say I've grown enough to recognize that that video no longer deserves any place on this planet. Saya no Uda is a Lovecraftian-esque horror romance visual novel written by the one and only Uru Butcher himself, and it centers around our main protagonist? Antagonist? I don't know. Fuminori Sakisaka, a medical student who, after having undergone a near-fatal car crash, suddenly wakes up to a flesh-ridden world filled to the brim with nothing more than blood, guts, and gore. Why? Well, the story needed a plot somehow. This is all allegedly because he had undergone an experimental brain surgery that has retroactively altered the perception of all his basic surroundings. Basically, he's fucked. His vision's fucked, his touch, smell, hearing, taste, like everything in this guy's life is trapped inside a 1-minute quick Hormel complete spaghetti and meat sauce pack. Oh, and just to add some extra sprinkles on top, both his parents died in the crash too, so he really has nothing left. Thankfully, this visual novel isn't nearly as long as Umineko. In fact, I would have been able to complete this almost 33 times just for it to reach the same length, so this shouldn't be as bad, and oh, never mind, it's way fucking worse. The way that Saya no Uda greets us immediately evokes more questions than we know what to do with. What am I looking at? Why is the music so loud? Why can't I understand what they're saying? Did I forget to enable the Japanese locale or something? Is this the part I'm supposed to get turned on by? Our mind is instantly placed within the protagonist, Fuminori, where it's made very apparent that something is not right here, and what makes this even more unsettling is the quick realization that these aren't just Lovecraftian eldritch creatures. These are his friends. People he's known for years. The inner monologue we see going through his head is so casually expressed that we can tell enough time has passed to where he's lost a sense of fear for this and sees them more as an annoyance than anything. Fearing that he'll be sent back to the hospital, he plays along with their banter since no matter how many MRI scans or tests are done on him, everything is read as being completely healthy, and like my imaginary friends keep reminding me, the mental hospital is only going to make it worse. The sensory world that normal people perceive versus what he experiences is left clear as day that this problem resides within him, and he knows this. We then abruptly watch the scene play out again in what I like to call non-meat vision, yet this time the roles are completely reversed, and what I find especially interesting about this contrast is that regardless of which lens you decide to view the story through, Fuminori is left as the single fish out of water. He is truly isolated, or at least that's what we think. Until this cute hot girl pops up at his bedside. Ouch. Kexi, I don't think you should be saying stuff like that. Like, doesn't she look a little young? Yeah. Tell that to the Australian Parliament. And going back to his house, we can also see he's picked up the hobby of painting. One of the biggest positives to a visual novel is obviously being able to see what's actually happening rather than having to imagine it. Some may argue that this can make certain series worse, but personally, as someone who still only reads picture books, I would definitely say that Saya is way more up my alley. Being able to actually see what Fuminori is viewing instantly evokes a sense of sympathy, and even with a lot of the horrible shit he does, being the TikTok influencer empath that I am still makes me feel for the guy. Throughout the VN, the only character characters you really get to know are Fuminori and Saya. Yes, the other characters exist and are still good, don't get me wrong, but like the visual novel as a whole, you're only really fed what you absolutely need to eat. There's a lot to unpack in Saya no Uta, even with it being as short as it is, and with the majority of the characters, you end up feeling a sense of distance between them, probably because half of them live in a different plane of reality and the other half are fucking dead. Personally, I was fine with this gap since I think it further added to the sense of isolation that this game prides itself on doing so well, especially when later on you get spooked to find out that some of these characters were lying straight to your face about how much they really knew. And like the title would suggest, Saya is definitely the standout thing within this visual novel. Now, I can't say I remember her actually singing any song, but tossing that aside, Saya's one-track mind and straightforward attitude to eliminating all of life's problems, including but not limited to life itself, is something that I definitely seek in my ideal partner. I can't tell if she lacks jealousy or is a psycho bitch. On one hand, she literally kills her competition, but at the same time, she offers her up to Fuminori like the headless rat my cat left for me on the porch this morning. Saya does a lot of morally bad things without even realizing they're bad, but in a way that's kind of what this visual novel is trying to convey. To Saya, she's just trying to survive like anyone else. It just so happens that her way of doing that involves wiping out the entire local community of cats and preying on unsuspecting hospital patients. And while yes, some people might consider Saya a little manipulative and not very tentacool, she does over time realize how much this reality has haunted him and gives him, as well as by extension you, the power to make your own choice. Just make sure you choose the right one or else you're cutting yourself short about 3 hours. Probably one of Saya no Uta's best traits is the absolute lack of empathy to the reader for how grotesque it gets or how the general populace may perceive it, and in recent years where the all-encompassing movement of diversity has taken precedence over the content itself, this aspect carries a lot more value than people may have once given it credit for. I think just the way that a story like this was able to rely so heavily on psychological fuckery over poppy playtime jump scares says a lot. Because poppy playtime is fucking terrifying. Everything is carried out so matter-of-fact through Fuminori's perspective because realistically, what is there to actually be scared of? He knows it's all in his head, and you can desensitize yourself to basically anything if you stare at it for long enough. Almost anything. Visually, I don't think Saya could have done a better job portraying how bad living in a world like this would be. I think the art here speaks for itself. Everything, the backgrounds, the CGs, they're all aimed to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible, and the 2003 computer-generated flesh almost adds to the uncanny nature of it. Saya herself really challenges the whole notion of, would you still love me even if I wasn't cute? Except it's, would you still love me even if I was a giant mound of Lovecraftian flesh that lied dead to your face and may have accidentally killed like 2 of your friends? Whoops, sorry. Her appearance is very different compared to basically everybody else in this visual novel and makes the rest kind of look like chumps in comparison. And I don't think these other designs are bad, much less forgettable. This was just a contrast that needed to exist. I mean, if everyone looked as good as Saya, then you wouldn't really realize the significance of her being there, right? You know when your significant other is sick, but your love is so strong that you're still willing to catch whatever cold they have? Well, you can imagine that with Saya, but if she was giving you a dozen STDs. And speaking of STDs, Yui Hirasawa uploaded the entire Saya no Uta soundtrack to YouTube 9 years ago and never came back. Saya no Uta's soundtrack is something I've been dreading writing about for the last, 1,800 words, because I don't want to understate how much I like it. Every song has its own little charm in giving you the spooks and goofs. You'll either get a song like Schizophrenia that sounds exactly how you think it would, or a more somber piece like Silent Sorrow, and no matter which song you choose, you'll be left with an empty void in not only your heart, but also your hands after realizing Saya still isn't waiting at the foot of your bed. Trust me, I already checked. I can't stare off into the sunset with my friends anymore without the melancholic tears rolling up in my eyes, which is fine, because I don't think I've ever done that. Sabbath is the only song that doesn't make me want to tear my hair out until you click the start button and realize you got God. Clocking in at only around 6 or 7 hours, which, let me tell you, in visual novel terms, is fucking chicken scraps, makes this a really digestible visual novel. And in a world where VNs meander and repeat themselves ad nauseum, it was definitely a nice change of pace considering the pacing you typically get. Like the wise Genro Ubuchi once said, I have nothing but contempt for the deceitful thing men call happiness, and personally, I really liked Saya no Uta, so I guess I missed the point. Thanks for tuning in. Come back next week to watch me talk about why Toradora and Freddy Fazbear share the same universe. Bye! Arigato gozaimasu to my super mega bazaka Ilia fans. Why do you ask? Sorry, I still have cold. And MPub47. And thank you to my super mega Ilia fans, the Epic Droid, China, Red Raccoon, Min Mancha, Jijibbers, and Bruno Bucciarti. And thank you to all my other little gremlins. Stop playing Bandori, I'm trying to record.
No! I'm playing Bandori.
Oh, I'm sorry.